Good evening, everyone. It's Friday, December 19, 2025, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. You're watching Co-op for Two. You're joining me for the third... No, it's not the third. It's the third season that we're playing. Fourth season we're playing. Having finished Empty Faces, which is a 3-season set, we're now up to Earthbreak, which is a 2-season set. Omega Protocol is the first season, 5 boxes you see in front of me. Then there's a follow-up second season called Frequency. This is a science fiction series compared to the witchcraft supernatural series that was Empty Faces. If you've joined me for the previous 3 seasons, 15 boxes worth that we played in the first half of December, then you know what we're doing here. We are doing a marathon of hunt-a-killer games that are slated for retirement at the end of the month, before the offline content becomes completely unavailable. Let me check in with the chat, see how everyone is doing, talk about a little bit of bookkeeping here before we start. The hundreds of dollars worth of hunt-a-killer games that we're playing this month was generously sent to me free of charge by a viewer, Elaine Covington. It's only thanks to Elaine that we're able to do this. We are sort of approaching this as half for enjoyment and half just to archive these games, the experience of these games, before they disappear from the internet. Now, the previous 3 seasons of Empty Faces, there was some playthrough of some of those on the internet, on YouTube. And sort of the same is true for this set. There is a playthrough, at least of the first year of Omega Protocol. There is a playthrough on YouTube by a user called Strange Tangent. So you don't really have to watch this video. And in fact, I'm informed by reliable sources that some of the online content for this game has already disappeared, broke a while ago, which is a little strange since this came out in 2023, just 2 years ago. So let this be a lesson for any company making internet content. It is not always so easy to maintain it, and 2 years is a very short time period to start retiring it. So I don't feel too good about that. But we are playing this in a way a little different. We're sort of rushing through these. Normally you would get these one every 2 months or once a month. We're playing them several boxes a night. And because of that, one of the compromises we've decided to make is to go to the hints much earlier than we would normally go to them. And we're playing them with an sort of generous take on missing content. If there is missing online content, I suspect there is with this set, we'll take it in stride and try not to get frustrated. Now, checking in with the chat, Doris says, I played this. I did not like it, but that was long ago. All right, I've heard mixed things about this set. Some people that liked it, some people that didn't. But Hunt-a-Killer is a little bit hit and miss. When the story hits, the story tends to be very well produced and well done. We've now played a bunch of Hunt-a-Killer large box multi-session games, and I have been impressed by the storytelling. The codes and ciphers and puzzles, not so much, but that's okay because we're going through them quick. Now, a word on scheduling here. Tomorrow night, we will play again Omega Protocol. If we get through these at the same pace we have the others, we'll be playing box 1 and 2 tonight and going long, and then 3 and 4 tomorrow night. But We're a little bit ahead of the curve. We're actually not that much ahead of the curve. I'm hoping if all goes well, we've got 2 more weekends to finish 10 boxes, 2 seasons. I think we can do it. But if something goes wrong, we've got a little bit of leeway there. Anything else to talk about before we get started here? We are coming up on Christmas. I am curious to hear if anyone has any Christmas plans. I have my little 2-foot tree set up in the living room. You can see behind me a couple new games have arrived, including the brand newest Cryptic Killers, Murder of an MVP, the newest game by Joe Smedley and Red Herring, that's Shadows in the Gallery, a World War II game, and then a game that was spotted on the Discord called Unboxed, which has a little bit of flavor of City of Six Moons, which you can watch a playthrough of on this channel, which was just a session trying to understand rules. Normally in December, I would be trying to play a whole variety of games of different types, but we have gotten ourselves into this December Hunt a Killer. We don't have time to do anything but Hunt a Killer. I am looking forward to getting back to normal stuff after this. Greg and I have been playing a campaign game called Kingfire. You can look for a spoiler-free first impressions of that in the next week. And you can watch our final thoughts on Flashpoint Fire Rescue and Black Orchestra Valkyrie. And I'm still hoping to get some top 10 reviews done before the end of the month. All right, well, with that said, and no comments from the channel about what projects you're up to, I keep asking you guys to tell me what projects, but it seems like no one ever does. All right, here we go. Box 1 of Omega Protocol. All right, a useless water bottle. A useless pin. The printouts from Elaine Covington in case the website goes completely offline. But the hints and reveals part of Hunt a Killer seems to stay online. Okay, normal advertisement. And then this is Elaine's printout of online content. It's a big, huge packet. We may not need it. We haven't needed it for Empty Faces, but we might need it for this one. All right, let's see what's happened here. Why is our camera not working? Looks like it's working. We haven't had a truly disastrous technical problem in a while. Okay, looks like we're not going to have one today. So those of you who just watched this channel for disasters, you didn't get lucky. Cracking your first code. Is this your first mystery box experience? Are you new to puzzles and ciphers, or do you find them difficult? This guide will help you walk through the first puzzle in this episode of Earthbreak. I should say that Earthbreak Omega Protocol was rated at their highest difficulty, similar to the mine, and I think the second season almost highest. Okay, so let's just take a look at this. Earthbreak is an immersive, difficult sci-fi experience. Don't be discouraged if you don't know where to start or get stuck along the way. You can use the recaps or hints. Okay, this document reveals the solution to the first puzzle. Okay, so we're going to put that aside for now, but we probably will go to it where we might not in a normal playthrough. Okay, that's pretty cool looking. A little, looks like a real PCB board, although that looks like nonsense. All right, handbook. This is going to be blank, no doubt. Okay, so it's mostly blank, but what do we have here? Rank, clearance, status, investigating strange circumstances, decoding radio signals, planning dinner. If found, please return to level blank, sector blank. If return proves impossible, please destroyed. That's pretty neat. Okay, let's take a look at what this says here. So this is just a little notebook like we're used to, blank completely, just kind of fun. But there are two little pages that seem like they're relevant, and then a back page, shortwave frequencies, phonetic guide, circuit symbols, and poisonous flora, and then a ruler. And then here we have resource petitions, whatever that is. All right, let's take a look at this. In the event of a catastrophic disaster, this handbook is to be distributed to all personnel as well as to any additional survivors facility command decides to allow into the base. Congratulations on surviving. They've crossed out nuclear fallout and written in foreign invasion. That has rendered the outside world inhospitable. Your resolve and skill set may be a great benefit to ensuring the survival of the human race. This facility will be your home for the foreseeable future. If you're new to this facility, welcome to the North American Communications Surveillance, or NACS for short. This handbook outlines the Omega Protocol, a series of rules and regulations designed to ensure the long-time survival of this facility and its residents. This is kind of exciting to get a science fiction case. We don't get many of them. Once the Omega Protocol has been initiated, current levels of security clearances will cease to be effective and will be replaced with the following four-tiered system. Class A clearance. The ruling body of this facility, Class A members have access to the entire facility and will have final say over all decisions at NACS. Class A distinctions are for life, or until the crisis has passed and the Omega Protocol has been dismissed. In the event that a member of the ruling body dies or is deemed unfit to govern, a vote may be held to induct a new member. And we have Class B clearance, responsible for directing the efforts of the residents to ensure the facility stays operational. Class B members have access to several restricted areas. Class C clearance, residents with unique skill sets that will help keep the base operational. They may be granted access to otherwise restricted areas to carry out work assignments. Then you have Class D clearance, and that's the general population. Identification numbers of residents in the facility will consist of the resident's current clearance level and a numerical value unique to each resident. Numerical values will be assigned to NACS employees first, and then to other residents in the order of their arrival to the facility. A resident's clearance level is subject to change, but their numerical value will never will. All residents will have access to NACS's substantial computer network, though certain areas of the network will be restricted by clearance level. The network is equipped with an intricate computer system called Patricia. The network makes use of a communication log known as the resident discourse. The discourse has limited space, so it's periodically cached and reset. When this happens, a new login password will be distributed to all residents. Archived conversations can be viewed by entering the previous password that corresponds to the time period of interest. There is a probationary period for all residents before they are allowed to post on the discourse. However, they will still be able to read any posts available during this time. Okay, the bad news is I've been told that the Patricia computer system, which we're told is intricate, is not working anymore. So that may be I don't know if it's a major part of the game or a minor part. I think Stacy says we should still be able to play it, or someone said we should still be able to play it without it, but hopefully that won't cause too much of a dent. Residents are to obey the direct order of anyone with a higher level clearance. If said order contradicts another facility rule, report this to a council member immediately. The council is responsible for clearance level assignments. Work assignments are not optional. Work assignments are based off the skill set of the resident and the needs of the facility. If a resident has multiple skill sets that are equally useful to the facility, the resident's personal preference will be taken into account. Leaving the facility without written approval from a council member is prohibited. If a resident is granted approval for leaving the facility, there used to be something that was crossed out. They will not be granted re-entry without unanimous agreement of the ruling body. That's been crossed out, and a little asterisk, and down below the asterisk says all decontamination procedures must be followed before they will be permitted to re-enter the facility. Overhead lights come on shortly after sunrise and will remain on until 2200 or 3 hours after sunset, whichever comes first. Emergency lights are to remain on at all times. Sleeping quarters are assigned based on clearance level and work assignment. Requests for sleeping quarters reassignment may be granted on a case-by-case basis. An effort will be made to keep any family members together during initial assignment. All food and water consumption is rationed. Caloric and hydration intake are based off basal metabolic rate and expected activity level of a resident's work assignment. Residents should report any allergies to the medical team. 10. Trading of food items is prohibited. 11. To maintain water rationing quotas and acceptable levels of resident hygiene, strict adherence to the assigned shower schedule is required. 12. The distribution of all resources is at the discretion of the ruling body. 13. If a particular item or resource is needed, fill out the resource petition. That was at the back of this book. Requests are approved or denied by the expedition team leader. There is a digital version of the resource petition available on the computer network, and there are several paper copies in this notebook for private, high-urgency requests. 14. Using the resident discourse is a privilege. Antisocial behavior will result in that privilege being revoked. 15. Patricia exists to help the facility. And then it says, do not interact with something. Do not interact with RATR Patricia. Oh, no. Just says, do not interact with Patricia and its residents. And then they've crossed out, do not interact with Patricia and written in, for more information on how to interact with Patricia, please refer to the Patricia Quick Start Guide. 16. Failure to comply with any of these regulations will result in a probationary period where an upstanding resident of the facility will shadow the offending party for a set amount of time to ensure proper behavior. More significant transgressions will be punished with periods of solitary confinement or expulsion from the facility. All right. Then we've got a little patch here, iron-on patch you could put on. It says NACS. It looks like it's got a couch inside a facility under a mountain and a radio wave menorah here for some reason. All right, and then we have a little badge lanyard holder that looks like it's totally pointless. Just says do not cross on it. All right, and now we have what we should have started with, our welcome letter, it looks like. You don't know me. Dear resident C117. Okay, so that's us. We're C117. And NACS stands for North American Communications Surveillance. Dear resident C117, you don't know me, but before I continue, I must impress upon you the utmost importance of keeping this missive a secret. The contents of this letter are highly sensitive. 11 days ago, there was a breach of protocol. A resident B005 took unauthorized leave of the facility. Resident B037 found her body 1 mile south of the facility and was only able to recover some items. She's since been silent on the matter. B005 was an experienced medic, one of the best. She knew the risks waiting for her outside. Aside from B037, she's the last person I expected to slip up like this. But still, she broke the rules, and now she's dead. The official story circulating is that she contracted the virus while outside and died alone. Whether this was suicide, foolishness, or madness, even the council is unsure. But the council had to tell the people something. You're new here, but even you should know that a breach in our security systems could spell disaster for the little pocket of life we've carved out for ourselves. It's imperative we find out the truth. This is a lot to place on you, I know, but as our newest resident, you aren't yet tainted with the tribalism and politics that have spread through our community. You see, there's a vote to be held by the council on whether or not we close our entrance permanently. This facility was equipped with the safeguard long before the outbreak. Can't believe we're about to vote on something of such importance concerning our only door when we don't have all the facts yet. I need you to access the NACS website with the password the council provided you. However, I have taken the liberty to tweak your clearance level so that you can access our A-level directory. Be warned, your usage will be monitored by Patricia, who will notify the council of any incongruous activity. Patricia is a marvel of technology, but she has a habit of meddling where she doesn't belong. Something to note is that A002 has been creating and keeping me locked out of secret spaces he calls back doors in the directory for what he assures me is personal use. He's good at finding and hiding information, so I think it's best to start there. He's a paranoid man, albeit a product of his time. He's extremely sentimental and keeps his password close to his heart. I've provided you with his old NACS patch, for example, which seems to have found its way out of his private quarters and into your possession. Aside from the documents the council has provided you, there are others at your disposal. They have been acquired somewhat surreptitiously. The emitter chip was the very one found on Persephone's body. I guess Persephone is B005, the one who escaped. Use your best judgment and hide all of these things accordingly. I am being watched, but a lower-level resident like you could slide under the radar if you're careful. I've already drawn some of my own conclusions. I'm afraid to say too much. Better that you look at these with fresh eyes. Who knows? We may see the same things. Maybe we're both crazy. If you can prove yourself and find evidence that the council isn't telling the whole truth, enter the keyword Dathomir into Patricia's input command, and she will create a secure line between us. Relay the names of any relevant files you find once you're through the back door. This will allow me to pull up the files myself. Await my reply and never speak of it to anyone. I'm relying on your discretion, C117. You're my only hope. Signed, the contact. And there is Persephone Grace, the person who escaped out of the facility. So yeah, are we dealing with a virus, not a space invasion? Okay, here's Persephone. In memoriam, day number 1825. Okay, so they've been in here, I guess, for 5 or 6 years. In the years since humanity's reckoning poured down from the sky and unleashed the great plague onto the earth, we have turned from a group of frightened strangers into a family. Persephone Grace was, in many ways, the heart of that family, and now she's been torn from our subterranean ark by forces we cannot comprehend. When I first came to this place, I thought I had experienced human kindness for the last time. I was resigned to spending the rest of my life hiding from the avenging angels of the sky in a maze of metallic catacombs, spared from the plague that took my sisters, capitalized, only to waste away underground. But there was beauty and goodness awaiting me beneath the surface. When the door opened to me, Persephone's was the first human face I had seen in a long time. She tended my wounds and answered my questions with the patience of a saint. Persephone advocated fiercely for the doors to stay open to all those in need. In humanity's most dire hour, her heart remained kind. Persephone risked exposure to the plague every time she ushered in a new lost soul from the surface, knowing better than anyone exactly what horrors would occur should the plague take hold of her. I regret that our newest resident and all those who will find their way to us in the future will never know the gift of her presence. A dear friend on the council has relayed to me that Persephone left of her own accord, with no intention of returning. We may never know why someone who professed such certainty in humanity's ability to carry on would willingly expose herself to the plague. Perhaps she felt as though it was her time. No matter the reason behind her death, the mission of her life remains the same. Humanity will persevere. Although now it will have to do so without one of its brightest young minds. In this dark time, I urge all of you to reach out to those around you. Find in one another the strength to carry on. Remember that you are the elect, plucked from the death and destruction above by the hand of the highest power, and destined to rise from the ground once again when the time is right, just as Persephone, the Grace, would have wanted. Peace be with you all, Sister Adolances. Do we have a system where only the women are alive? Sister took all my sisters. Or maybe there's some religious order. Okay, let's keep going here. We've got a poster. Stay diligent. Complacency helps our enemies. Only together can we stem the red tide. That sounds like an anti-communist poster. A yes for the lock is a no for the invaders. We have everything we need right here. It's not to keep us in, it's to keep them out. There's a creature with sharp teeth here and a symbol of like a nuclear toxin and a big lock. So this looks like a little propaganda poster for people who want to vote that they lock down this facility and not let anyone in or out. It says it's not to keep us in, it's to keep them out. All right, what's this? A one-sided sheet. These people all hold positions of power and influence in the community in one way or another. If there's anything dubious going on, chances are that at least one of them is involved. Here's a place outside of Patricia's field of vision where you can keep track of your findings about them. So I don't know if this is meant to be something that we have started filling out or that our contact has filled out, but we've got place for 2, 3, 5 names that hold influence in the community. We've got Layla Mario Woods. Her skills and areas of expertise is the mind behind Patricia. Okay, maybe the person who's worked on this AI computer. Then we have Alexander Ugnis Harashevich, aka Alosha, has admin privileges over Patricia. Then we have Matthias Gabrielle Lind. The poster I sent you should tell you everything you need to know. Well, it certainly doesn't tell us everything we need to know. Is he the author of that poster? Then we have Dr. Cyril Faramond. He's the one with fantastic hair. And Special Agent Shepard Lee Oswald, in charge of issuing citations. So it looks like it intends for us to be able to write our notes on here, so maybe we'll make a copy of it. We have a way to record their ID number, how they voted on the lock-in, known enemies, known allies, and sensitive information. Community council regulations broken up, so we could keep track when they break regulations. I'm not sure why we would do that. That's strange. And then we have an envelope here. Okay, here is our badge. User C117, clearance level C, skill set analyst. So, and you could pop this out, I guess, if you get upgraded. Okay, here we are, and there's a QR code. We would put our bat lanyard on this and wear this around the facility, but we'll keep it off for now. And then here we have a little card that can be cut. What is going on here? It looks like it's maybe an encryption key. Look at this. Your encrypted key for internal NACS server. So we've got a key for doing encryption. And this little ticket, which on the back says, once you decrypt the encrypted code on the front of this card, your password will be revealed and you will be able to access the internal server. Make sure to consult your handbook if you have any questions regarding NACS facility rules. We have an encrypted key, which we should use to get our password. All right, let's see what we've got on this card. Rule 14, using the resident discourse is a privilege. No misuse will be tolerated. Always keep the NACS facility rules in mind before logging into the internal NACS server or before beginning an assigned work shift. And shift is underlined. That makes me think that we've got a key that we're going to perform a Caesar shift to with, but what would be, or that this is a running key cipher and these are how much we should shift some other password or text. Okay, now look at this. Patricia, quick start guide. Well, the fact that we're told Patricia's offline, this seems like a much bigger part of this game than I was led to believe. So I'm a little concerned. Rob says that this symbol is not a nuclear symbol, it's biohazard. That's a biohazard symbol. Okay. Look at this Patricia quick start guide. Okay, that's pretty cool. Let's see what we've got here. Saying hello for the first time. Let's zoom in here. Making new friends is hard, but not with Patricia. Start by typing, "Hello, Patricia, nice to meet you." Keeping a good friend can be just as difficult as making new ones. Please address Patricia with a measured tone in your text and limit the use of emoticons to a smiley and a very smiley. So don't be angry at her. These were the days before the AI chatbots. Now the AI is rapidly going to get good enough to just, we're going to see lots of games with the full AI. Okay, tools and tips. To keep Patricia happy, it's advised you stick to simple request script. Miscommunication happens in all languages. There may be crucial mishaps along the way. Know that this is normal, and rephrasing your question may be the best solution to this problem. For example, if you want to know what you can do on the directory, asking, "What am I supposed to do?" might be too vague. You should say, "What can I do in inventory?" Remember, Patricia is doing her best. I love it. Rules and regulations, considerate use. Patricia is a closed system and she'll not be rendered, modded, copied, or deleted. That's so good. Patricia represents an incredible leap in technology, although they have apparently deleted Patricia. Patricia represents an incredible leap in technology, may be the most advanced computer of her kind. That said, like all man-made programs, she has her limitations. Some facility information is out of bounds for residents. Please understand, security information must be kept classified for your safety. Requesting access to classified information may result in punishment. For further information, see Rule 16 in the Resident Handbook. Okay, what is Patricia? We here at NACS Facility pride ourselves on our state-of-the-art computer system, preliminary, advanced, targeted response for interpreting conversational interactive advice, or as we like to call her, Patricia. As resident of this facility, you'll enjoy unlimited 24/7 access to Patricia. You can find her within the NACS facility website, open to all residents. Okay, so that's probably, I don't know if it's offline, but I hear Patricia's offline. In this quick start guide, you'll discover how to optimally utilize Patricia's many features in order to assimilate into your new home to make your current life at the NACS facility a little slice of perfect. Never hesitate to ask Patricia's advice on any matter, public or private. She knows everything there is to know about the facility, and she knows how to keep things confidential. Feel free to ask her for help or advice. Disclaimer: per our resident rules, privacy is neither guaranteed nor possible in the NACS. Getting started, navigate to your NACS website, log in with the security password bestowed onto you by the council. In the bottom right corner of the screen, you'll find Patricia's interface. Click it to initiate a conversation. Okay, so that's our introduction. So we're going to want to go to this web page and check it out. In fact, there is nothing else for us to do. We have now gone through all of the physical items. And I don't believe there is any other website. So we're going to get into this website, and then we're going to try to figure out our password. And then we'll see if Patricia's broken. I guess we do have a QR code. If I had to guess, I'd guess this is going to open this URL, but we could try right now and find out. NACS facility. Okay, so as predicted, this just opened up this website. Okay. Oh, now it's gone. All right, let's open it up. We'll bookmark it. We've got the third-party help site open if we need it. And there, okay. I think we're in Firefox today. All right, so we need a user login and password. And we think that this is our encrypted key, but not our password. Once you decrypt the encrypted code on the front, your password will be revealed and you'll be able to access. All right, so surely our login is our user. So surely our user ID is C117. And I suppose for hints, we have this. We're not ready for that. We're going to think about password. And we have a sheet if we need help, remember. All right. Well, surely it's a shift. So there's two. There we go. Right there. I was going to say, where is it going to give us a shift number or the thing we shift? But now I see it. Right there. Rule 14. This is surely going to be a 14 shift. So let's see if we can do that with our trusty little Caesar cipher. So if A were to go to B, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. This should be a 14 shift. All right, let's try it. You can see where I'm getting that from, right? Because we've got two underlined parts. Work shift, rule 14. So I'm guessing we're shifting this 14 spaces. That's my guess. If it doesn't work, it'll be something like it. So this is in lowercase. I'm going to stay in lowercase. J turns to an X. W turns to, whoops. Someone was probably telling this, thank you. So this is a little 3D printed thing. This is my new favorite way to do Caesar cipher shifting. Okay, J goes to X, W goes to K, F goes to T. Of course, we could do this online. O goes to C, C goes to N, U goes to I, S goes to G, B goes to P, C goes to Q, A goes to O, S goes to G. All right, what's the chance this is going to work? Okay, what's happened? Nothing. The button disappeared. It's no longer a button, but nothing happened. I'm going to bring up, that's a little troubling. We're going to try this in a different browser just in case. Just in case. So it's oh, this is the one that doesn't. So I put in C117 capitalized, and now I have to do this again, huh? Because we're not going to be able to copy this, or are we? Oh boy, and now it's completely gone. Okay, that's all right. We can see we're having trouble already. All right, so I guess we write it down first so that we don't have to type it twice. So we don't have to do this every time. J goes to X, W goes to K, F goes to T, O goes to C, Z goes to N, U goes to I, S goes to G, E goes to P, C goes to Q, A goes to O, and S goes to G. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. Well, it's a good suggestion about typing in junk to see what happens. So if you type in nonsense, it just disappears the button. So that seems like it's suggesting that we put in the wrong password. Now, could this need to be lowercase? Could this need to be multi-case? We don't know. XKTCNIGEQO. Probably okay, so it doesn't even look like the button's working anymore once you type something wrong in. We're going to try a couple things, and then maybe we'll go to the maybe we'll go to the help thing. Okay, so when we try to log in, it doesn't say wrong, it doesn't say anything, it just seems to break the enter button, which I have to assume means it's wrong. So let's think about some other ideas here, though. So rule 14, that seems very convincing that it's a 14 shift, but it could be backwards. Any hint that we should be going backwards? Encrypted key. All right, well, we might have to go backwards. Let's see what would happen if we had to go backwards. If we were going backwards, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Would put A at an M. Almost the same. I'm going to try this and then we'll go to the hint. Well, okay. Perplexed puzzlers. That's a little bit of a confusing statement. Okay. I think what you're saying is we're putting in the wrong password, but okay, I'll deal with that in a second. Let me continue with what I'm doing here. In this case, J goes to V. It's just one, it's off by 1 here. That's an I, H, I, T, U, V, W, X. So just back by 2 here. F goes to an R. O goes to an A. C goes to an L. U goes to G. Viral. This seems like much more likely. Seems like we're spelling a word here. Okay. Z went to an L. U went to a G. S goes to an E. B goes to an N. C goes to an O. A goes to an M. S goes to an E. Okay, well, now we know this is right because it spells out a word. Okay, so viral genome. Okay. Do we want to save it? God help me. I got to say not now, because if you make a terrible mistake of saving something, then it pops up everything you do. Okay, so we're in. We figured it out. It was just a shift backwards. That's okay. Now, here is our website. Maybe I'll get my mouse out so we can access it a little more easily. All right, let's see what we've got here. So there's Patricia, which we think is broken. And here's our menu, news, services, and directory. Okay, let's see what happens if we try to click Patricia. Looks like she's not saying anything to us. All right, we're not going to worry about it. Too bad. All right, let's look at what else is on this page. News. Jeremy Straw Poll. Hey, everybody. I know the choice on if we're going to close the doors is for good is up to the council, but I'm wondering what everyone else thinks. I'll be asking everyone who's not a counselor their opinion of things every week till the vote happens. So come say hi if you see me around and let me know what you think, or just wait for me to find you, since I know where you all sleep anyway. Are you pro or anti lock-in? On day 1827, here are the results. 20% are pro lock-in, 32% are against locking in, and 40% are undecided. Oh, here it is summarized. Looks like most people haven't made up their minds yet. I haven't either. Thinking about what the virus did to Persephone and to my mom makes me never want to go outside again. Plus, there's what the aliens did to my dad. There were parts of him everywhere. Whoa. But thinking about never ever seeing the sun again makes me really sad. I just don't know. Okay, so there are aliens. There are absolutely aliens. And here we have Jeremy. We don't know anything about who Jeremy is, but let's see what else we got. Back to news. We've got a forum. Okay, so we have a whole bunch of posts on the forum. Can we click on these comments? Looks like it. Okay, so we've got lots of content here for the forum. I'm gonna skip this for now. I want to see what else we got. Services, maintenance. All right, we got a big maintenance log here. Pretty cool. It's got the request, where, who filed it, and on what day. So I think we're going to start. I think what we'll do is we'll start some cards tracking who's who. It feels like that's going to be important, or at least the people we care about. Let's just take a look around here for a bit. Okay, what's hazmat? Hazmat containers. Containers located next to the decontamination chamber. Okay, 1 through 5 are active, 6 is active, 7 is inactive, and 8 and 9 active, 10 is decommissioned. And then we've got logs. So we've got what assignments certain teams had. Optimum conditions and suit types. Let's read this. Suits are stored in cool, dry, dark environments within their assigned containers in order to prevent exposure to insects, dirt, debris, and dust particles. Unless out on the field, suits should not be exposed to sunlight. Suits should not be exposed to high temperatures over 120 degrees Fahrenheit or any exhaust fumes from the machinery or vehicles. Do not place heavy or sharp objects on top of the suit. Never step or walk on the suit. Suit type, encapsulated level A suit, certified NPFA 1991, expanded back, front entry, 3 layers, 40 mil PVC, 5 mil PTFE, 20 mil PVC. Attached dual layer gloves, nitrochemical resistant layer, neoprene, separate aramid fibers, knit over gloves, attached socks with outer boot flaps. These are some heavy duty suits for working with biohazards and stuff. Triple taped seams, urine collection bag, full face piece, self-contained breathing apparatus, two-way radio with ear, speaker, and microphone. Closed communication channel needs to be linked before use. Each container includes pairs of steel-toed boots ranging from 5'11" women's to 7'14" men's. Chemical resistance and puncture-resistant midsoles. Okay, so and then we have an entry on rations. You could submit a ration petition. Look what you can ask for. Vinegar. Are these... all records are made public. So anytime someone asks for extra rations, it gets posted publicly. So here we can see which people requested what things. So all these people are getting different kinds of potato chips. Someone wanted C battery. Someone wanted scrap metal, ice pack. So we should be looking through here for Persephone, right? Persephone is B037, and she was found... sorry, B05 is Persephone. So here's Persephone requesting bandages. Sorry, I don't know how I scrolled up so high. So people asking for chips, someone asking for batteries, scrap metal. And here's Persephone asking for hydrogen peroxide, bandages, antidiarrheal, ibuprofen. This is all Persephone asking for these. Here she is asking for pears, reason, naive optimism. It was declined because it's time to let pears go. Most of our other stuff was approved. Now, let's remember something. The dates, the numbers are also related to date admittance. So here's B006, someone who came in right after, who was admitted to the facility right after Persephone. Does that mean anything? We don't know. We were also told who found Persephone. B037 found her. But we don't see that person here. Okay, pretty cool. Let's see what else we have. That was rations. And then we have the directory. We've got personnel files, council profiles. Okay, so we can see different people. We'll go back to this. I think there was another section of rations, weren't there? Ration, petition, and inventory. Okay, we can also take a look at the inventory. This is a very different feel than our previous game. This feels much more like there's stuff we're going to have to figure out from all this. So here are all the items. Allen wrenches, drills. We can see whether the stock is high or low. Handguns, bow and arrow, shotguns. Okay. And then directory, we have personnel files, council profiles, and resident directory. So the resident directory doesn't have any pictures. Here's Persephone. She's dead. Let's see who else we have dead. Thomas Gellert is dead. Jordan Kim is B037. We're told that B037 was the one that found her. We got a whole bunch of people alive and dead, and these are all people at the different levels. Look at this list, not available. And there's Patricia. This should say deceased, but what's going on with these not available? William Reed, Thomas Schneider, were these our council members? Oh, look, you can sort. Wow, that's... It really looks like we're going to be spending some time here. So if we go to council, no, these are not the same people that were not available. These are the people that we have written down in our sample sheet, right? We were told that these are the people with power in the council, power and influence in the community, so they could be relevant for us. Okay, so we have pictures of those people and their numbers. Let me just see one more thing. Council portal. I see, we're not allowed to go into that yet. Weird how one person's name was nothing but a question mark. Do they have amnesia and not know their name? In the resident list. Let me look at that again. We've got names. There's Sister Ada. That's the one who wrote that obituary. Yeah, who's C117? That's interesting. Oh, that's us. That's us. That's us. C117 is us. C117 is us. Okay. And then you can see Patricia is Omega Protocol. And we still don't have access to Patricia. I mean, Patricia isn't responding. We should say, oh. Okay. You're making this back up to get in there. No. Okay. We don't even have access to Patricia's links aren't even on this page anymore. That's odd. Is it because I'm scrolled out? Yes, now I can see it. But we know she's gone, but actually, what on earth? Well, okay. All right. At least now it's loading now. All right, but Patricia. Sure would be nice if she woke up for us. All right, let's take our first break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Gotten a little chilly in here. All right, we got into the website with our password. we can see there's a bunch of stuff to read through, but nothing else to do. Let us look back at our welcome letter. Let's try to think about this for a second. So I said we should probably start taking notes about B005 is Persephone Grace. And then we've got B037 found Persephone. Now, she broke the rule, she went outside. Official story is she went outside and got a virus. All right, you're new. Something's going on. We're about to vote on closing the door. I need you to access the website with the password the council provided you. Okay, we've done that. However, I've taken the liberty to tweak your clearance level so you can access our A-level directory. So normally we're level C. Where was our list of levels? Okay, we're level C, just people who've got to work. But they've tweaked it so we can access the A directory. Okay, fine. Okay, and then be careful what you ask Patricia for. She might tell on you. Now, A002 has been creating backdoors. So A002 is almost at the very top of the food chain, right? He's creating secret spaces, backdoors in the directory for personal use. I think it's best to start there. He's paranoid. He's sentimental, keeps his passwords close to his heart. And then we think that his password may be related to this patch in some form. I've provided you with his old patch, which found his way. Now, aside from the documents, they have been acquired. The emitter chip was the one found on Persephone's body. I don't see... Well, change that. We've got letters and numbers here, and numbers down here. Almost like we could access this file through Patricia, maybe. All right, so now let's see. What does it want us to do? That's an emitter chip. Hide it. Find evidence the council isn't telling the whole truth. Enter this keyword into input and she'll create a line. Okay, we don't think that's working anymore, but that's not the main point. For today's mission, we're supposed to find evidence that the council's not telling the whole truth. And the key seems to be to find one of these back doors left by A002. Guess his password. So let's see if we can't do that. Let's start by going to, we've got the forums to go through, but I want to start by trying to figure out who we're dealing with. Council profiles. Okay, Layla Marielle Woods is A001. But A002 is the guy who weaves back doors. That feels like where we would get our information. So A002 is council member Alexander Eugenus Petroshevich. Okay, now what have we got down here about this guy? He has admin privileges. That's it. However, look at his information. He's got a deceased wife, Nina. He's got 3 deceased children, Svetlana, Bodan, and Alexander. This is almost what I say about the worst kind of puzzle is password guessing puzzle. Like, he's sentimental. He could be using any combination of his spouse's and children's name. But look at this. Svetlana looks like she may have worked here. If I click on her. Oh, no, not if I click on her. It's his back door. Okay, we found one of his back doors. To breathe clear air at night, to walk in moonlight, to see the sky, to see the stars, my love, my light, my gift, my warrior. Okay, so these look like the symbols on his patch. All right, so let me just write down that we found a back door in his profile. There may be more. So what do we do here? First of all, we've got some Cyrillic Russian that we could try to translate. Well, that's not very helpful, is it? How about 8 desires of my heart? 8 desires of my heart. So we've got spaces for 8. Spaces for 8 things. You might imagine 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so I'm guessing that we've got small stars and large stars, and we just have to put them in that order. Like small, let's go from left to right. Large, then a small, a small, a large, a large, a small, and a large. Okay, I've just gone from left to right, indicating when they're small and large. Let's see if that's what you need to get in. Yes, that was it. All right, so we found one of his back doors. That was small, large, small, small, large, large, small. Okay. And that was the patch. All right, well, we're into a little back door. Let's see what we've got here. He's got documents, terminal, case file, external recon, all records, facility map, and then communication. Just want to make sure we're not missing some of this. On this view, I can't even see the word communication. Here I can see the word communication, but I can't. Let me just, if I go away from the, oh my God. I changed to desktop site and now we've got this. Can I go back? Nope. Seems like we're going to be going through this a lot. I'm trying to find a screen that small, large, small, small, large, large, small, large. I mean, we need to be able to see this page. This is clearly not a good enough view. I'm going to switch again and it's probably going to lose everything. Yep. All right. Well, we're trying to find a combination of browser and mode that gives us the best shot of seeing everything. Normally, I'd be getting very upset at this point. So I'm a little troubled by this communication that doesn't... Maybe someone can try this and make sure they don't see, like... I'm just troubled that this word communication is here and yet there's nothing under it. But okay, let's look at the rest of it. Documents. I mean, I don't love this interface here, but he's got some... This is his private notes. Personnel file. Full name, Layla Marielle Woods. Seems kind, but keeps to herself. Treats Patricia like a baby. Patricia is not baby, only dangerous computer, not alive and annoys me. Okay. He's got the room, her age, her arrival day. One of first new employees during reconstruction. Identity checked out. Current occupation, she's a computer programmer, systems operator. Only original Patricia programmer left. That's not good. Wonder if she will train someone to take over. Previous occupation, she helped create Patricia. I remember her first day, was nervous about new job. She's single. Family included Lafayette Woods' father and Katrina Woods' mother, both deceased. She also had a little brother, Malik Woods, who was age 24, now deceased. This is him. Alosha is easier for Americans to pronounce. This guy is nicknamed Alosha. He's got a room number, age, arrival day, head of security. He's widowed. Svetlana is his wisdom. Bodan is my bow. Alexander is my warrior. Matthias is a skittish man, lets nerves get the best of him, claims he's better at controlling his fear. Only grave will cure the hunchback. So these details might be useful. He's left notes on people. We're trying to find proof that they're lying about Persephone. So this is all interesting information, but not relevant to what we're working on. Serial Faramon, pretty boy, cares too much how he looks, not as funny as he thinks. Always calm, I don't trust him. Here we have Shepard. First outsider to find the facility. I let him in. He was clean, no virus, some blood. Looked like he was in a fight. He is good at surviving. I don't trust him. Oh, here's Persephone. Persephone Sophia Grace. Smart, good medic, kind heart will get us all killed. Waste medicine on lost causes. Naive. I do not trust her. He doesn't trust anyone. She's in room 201B. Previous occupation, she was a medic at the Oregon Health and Sciences. She's single. Previous disciplinary actions, she ignored a supervisor's order. She used medical supplies in an unapproved manner on week 1, week 2, and week 4. And then we have Anthony Whelan, likes the name Anto, weird little man. Good worker, knows his field, good at faking smile. I do not trust him. He's a botanist. Multiple complaints about abrasive personality, no action taken. Here we have Simone, head of biochemical research, doctorate in biology and biochemical engineering, worked for the government, research project affiliated with this base. That is how she came here. She's married to a professor, no disciplinary action. I see her sneak around and use Jeremy to carry messages. I will keep an eye on her. Here's Caitlin. This is the person who wrote the obituary for Persephone. Gave herself that name the week she arrived, said the world was beginning again, and so would she. So she has some other name. Religious figure, general task management. Used to be a nun. Family's unknown, divulges little about herself, has no disciplinary actions, or has not yet been caught. I do not trust her. Here's Jeremy, who we were told one of the others was passing messages. What has he got here? Why has he got some Cyrillic? A chatterbox is treasure for, usually a spy or the enemy. Chatterbox is treasure for a spy. Loose lips sink ships. A loudmouth is a godsend to a spy. A chatterbox is a treasure for. Okay, I think he's just saying he's a chatterbox, not that he's a spy. Where are we here? He's 12 years old, lived almost half his life here. Take him under wing, teach him how to be strong. He needs it. Arrived day 32. I do not understand how he survived for that long on the outside. Like Mr. Magoo, this one. He's a courier. Treated for minor injuries by Persephone. Saw Persephone write, gosh, is this kid clumsy? Please never let him volunteer for any expeditions on his personnel record. I think Kim knew this already. Reprimanded for loss of important council documentation, Cyril is greatly distressed that his game of hangman with his sister is lost. Reprimanded for accidental damage, contraband, loss of documents, damage. Okay, then we've got this girl, Jordan. Too spirited for her own good, but I admire her, whatever this is, spirit or something. This is the person who found the body of Persephone. Current occupation, head of expeditions, resource scouting, and retrieval missions. Trained 6 people to go on missions with. Only people she trusts, good, and she's brave, braver than most to go outside. Her hometown is in Hawaii. She said she was hiking in the Rocky Mountains when this world ended. She's single. She's got, her father is Philip Kim, and we got reference to a Kim. All presumed deceased, but not confirmed. Also has a big dog named Dwayne the Dog Johnson when she came here, also now deceased. It was old, but a good dog. So, treated for minor injuries, fractured ulna, minor injuries, 3 stitches. That's her medical records. Her disciplinary records are reprimanded for disorderly conduct, very loud fight with D47 over what she's calling entitled attitude. He's asking her to find a mini fridge on the next expedition out of this facility. Possession and distribution of contraband, disobeying council orders, possession of contraband, distribution of contraband, disobeying orders. Frankly, very surprised Agent Oswald does not catch her doing this more. Okay, so that's what we have for his personnel file, and the back button doesn't work. What about this one? That part doesn't work, but underneath it, sort of somewhat clickable. Okay, that was the personnel files, and now he's got a sermon. Access denied. And then this doesn't seem clickable. Access denied. I can't go back to the I can't quite go back to the previous page. How do I get out of here? There. Okay, that makes no sense, but all right, so that was his documents. Now what's this terminal? Access denied. Investigation. What just happened? Investigation. Okay. Whoa, look at that. That looks like the body of Persephone found outside. How creepy is that? He's doing an investigation into Persephone, and unfortunately, what? There's no view that we're going to be able to see this on. What? Oh, come on, guys. Come on. What? Really, guys? No. You can't make me. You're not going to make me do this each time you mess up. All right, I'm going to go in there. We're going to bookmark this page now, but wow, that's going to get old quickly. I mean, I do remember the password, but it's this part that is ridiculous. I mean, yes, thank God I wrote all this down, but small, large, small, large, small, large. I mean, the problem is it's not a new URL. Oh boy. It's not a URL, so how do we... Okay, can I... Guys, come on now. All right, this... I'm trying desperately to bookmark this so we don't have to do that again. Okay, hopefully we can get back to this. So normally I would be able to full screen this and rotate this so we could see it full screen, but I can't. All right, that's okay. We can just enjoy this. Might have to break out a real laptop. That is a great idea, Jonathan. I do have the real laptop. I could break it out. That's not a bad idea at all. We could zoom in on this and see if we see anything. What has she got here? I mean, she's wearing shoes. It looks like some clothing. I can't tell what this is up here by her feet. She's all bloody though. All right, that's very creepy. Oh, look at this. It's got a zoom button. We can zoom it in. So actually, this built-in zoom might be higher resolution. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. And why are bookmarks this way? Boy, we're probably going to have to switch to a laptop before I lose my mind. Can we jump back? Oh my God. You mean I can't even... I'm going to have to go to a laptop because I've been remarkably in good spirits, but I feel myself getting furious at this game, right? Oh, I can feel it. And why is the world like this? That I'm trying to find this page in all of my bookmarks. Like, why is there... Surely we're not made to do this. I mean, surely I'm not going to do this constantly. There has to be a better way. Is it just the browser? Can we try a different browser, even though Chrome seems to be worse at this? All right, it's going to be okay. Oh my God. Look at this world we're living in. Look at this world we're living in. Go away, guys. Go away. Look at this world we're living. This one doesn't even change to a hand. That's impossible to use. Not being able to know when we're over a link. So Chrome is out. Chrome is completely out. And then this one, is this one because we zoomed it in? Can we, where is our, okay, it's going to be okay. It's all going to be okay. Where is our font size? We're taking a little break to deal with the hell of browsers, but we should switch to a laptop, right? Yeah, let's switch to a laptop. We shouldn't have to live like this. We're going to take a break here. We'll switch to a laptop. We'll come back and we'll get away from this evil hell of using a tablet. All right, we're back. 14 viewers, 8 likes. Feel free to smash that that I don't like button. Maybe the universe will get the hint. I've got the laptop here. This looks to be much more pleasant an experience. However, I can't split the screen like I normally could split, but that's okay. I'll just stay down here in the lower right. All right, everything looks more convenient here. Look, if we want to talk to Patricia, we just click this, even though Patricia's not working. Everything seems better. There's new stuff down here that we didn't see before. I think that's because our font size was zoomed in. But okay, let's see. At least if we get kicked out to a new page, like everything is cleaner now. All right, so let's go back to our thing. All right, so here was his children's Fitlana. Remember how to click. Any other things clickable on his side? I think I might have to bring this up a little bit. Okay, so remember we had his thing. All right, and then we recorded his password, small, large, small, large, small, large. Okay, and then we're in to his thing. Okay, well, look, everything, look at all this new stuff that we can see. Okay, nothing new under communication, but at least now it's not. What is all this? Okay, so I'm going to try to, oh, there's no bookmarking this. We're still on this same page. All right, let's see. We went into documents. We tried to get into his sermon. You can see his, no, that's us. All right, the sermon was blocked. And this was the personnel files that we already saw. Okay. And then if we click terminal, we can't access it. And here was his case file. Okay. So perimeter camera, that was the dead body. Okay, and now we can zoom in. Click, 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 click. In case there's something to be seen. Now, how far can we zoom in? Like, can we get a better look at some of this? I can't, kind of just looks like clothing. I can't tell what this object is here. It could be like a camera. She's got wounds on her, it's all wounds on her back, right? I mean, that seems like that could be a clue that she's been shot all in the back. Is there anything else? We can't zoom around the way we could nicely with the mouse, that's the one thing that the tablet is good at. Anything you want me to zoom in on? Like, I don't think we could get a real good look at those. Even if I zoom in as much as possible. We need some little enhance button or something. Otherwise, I'm not sure we know what those are. Shot in the back, though. That's what jumps out at me. Oops. All right, I don't see anything else. Let's go back. What's this? Schematics. ULF schematics. Ultra low frequency emitter. Just see if I can brighten this up on my screen. That's a little better for me. Okay, we've got an antenna, an outer casing. Boy, I really wish we didn't have to scroll. I wish we could just look at it like a normal human being. Ultra low frequency emitter. Boy, this is just terrible. This is with the full laptop. There's no... Really, guys? It's got its own built-in Windows thing. What is this craziness? What's up here? This is really quite painful to have to use. I don't know what they were thinking. All right, so he's got ultra low frequency emitter that we now have to zoom in on just to read. Power indicator, serial number. Oh, there's her circuit board. Okay. So there's the circuit board. So this is the part number, and this is the serial number. Okay. Now why do we care about this? Because there's an emitter, and then there's a remote. So I think what we're learning here is that I mean, this is a match, an exact match for her chip. It is an exact match for her chip. Fine. But what can we see about... It's not the circuit board in the remote. What is it? Because that's not the same as this. This circuit board is not the same as this circuit board. This circuit board goes in the emitter. So that's what we've learned. The circuit board found on Persephone is for a transmitter, for an emitter, something that can send information. What's missing, we don't have access to the remote, whatever that means. Okay, maybe it's going to tell us here. Can we click anything so that we can read this better? Not really. Yes, we just read it this way. Ultra low frequency emitter. Possession and usage of a ULF, ultra low frequency emitter, is permitted only to expedition specialists, only for the purposes of council sanctioned expeditions. The ULF emitter is not, under any circumstances, to be activated within a 3-mile radius of the facility. Failure to comply with either of the above protocols would pose a severe and immediate threat to the facility and its occupants. Any resident found in violation of these protocols will be subject to an immediate council hearing and may be subject to solitary confinement or exile. The ULF emitter was developed by Dr. Layla Woods to be utilized as a preventative measure against extraterrestrial threats in the field. Its first successful application in the field took place on day 438. In case that's important. When activated, the emitter emanates a frequency too low for the human ear to register at 6 Hz. This frequency has been found to be extremely effective in attracting the attention of nearby extraterrestrial life. Because the ULF emitter can be activated from up to 3 miles away via its corresponding remote, expedition specialists may use the device to attract extraterrestrials to strategic locations, thereby clearing adjacent areas of any extraterrestrial presence. Expeditions in these areas can then be carried out with a heightened measure of security. To aid in field retrieval, the location of ULF emitters and remotes can be tracked to within an accuracy of 3 feet, so long as the equipment itself remains active. The signals produced by this equipment can be picked up by most of Patricia's scanners and will appear as a pinging on your devices. Each ULF emitter can be activated only by its corresponding ULF remote. ULF emitters are always to be stored with their corresponding remotes when not in use. Emitters have corresponding serial numbers to their individual ULF remotes. When in the field, make sure to frequently check that your ULF remote has not accidentally been activated. It's highly recommended users wait until they have reached a distance of 3 miles from the ULF emitter itself before activating it via their corresponding remote. So you've got your emitter and you've got your remote. So you plant the emitter where you want to attract the extraterrestrials, and then you get far away from it and you trigger it, and it brings the extraterrestrials to that location where your emitter is. That makes sense. Chat says, didn't it say that she died of virus? So that might be what we can prove they're lying about. If they said she died of virus, and we see that she's been shot in her back, that feels like that might already be proof enough. Let's see what else we have here. So here we go, serial numbers. So the serial number for Persephone's K14R1. K14R1, here it is. Emitter is inactive. The remote is active and in the base. We don't have the circuit board for the remote. We have the circuit board for the emitter. That's what we know now. Does this mean someone triggered it? Like she went out in the field and did someone else trigger the emitter while she was carrying it? Is that what happened to her? And the aliens got her? I'm not sure what this means. I'm going to take a screenshot of it though. According to this, we have her chip for her emitter, and it says the emitter's inactive, but the remote is active and in the base. Okay. And looks like we have a video here, but access is denied. Okay, that's his investigation. And here is a TSS file, which we don't know what it means. Here's the day number. Frequency. System note. This is Patricia's code. Chatter collected at 6 hertz. Location triangulated to this longitude, latitude, approximately 68 miles from base. Personal note, no chatter heard above Kármán line. Conclusion, local chatter, no hive movement. Decoding still in process. I must apologize to Layla. So this is normal human frequency. Apparently, she's detected system data. This is Patricia's collecting this. And she says they've got some, on day 1822, they collected this. Now, do we know when our girl Persephone died? I think we need to know. So yeah, look. 1825 is the memorial. It seems likely that 1822 might have been when she died, or 1822, that's the 6 hertz signal. I'm guessing that's what got her out of the base, but I'm not really sure. Okay, let's look at this virus report. We've looked at all of this, nothing to click. Access denied. How about internal recon? Access denied. Active facility map, access denied. And communications, nothing. Okay. And what's this? This is just open this up. Wow, look at this. So we can look at the temperature in each of these areas. I don't know why we would want to. Huh. There's Patricia, but she's not answering us. There's no back button here. There's no back button, but I guess maybe we can go back this way. This is weird. It's just scrolling back through the history. Wow, that's weird. Got his own Windows system. This is so bizarre. And this can be moved. Oh my God, this is craziness what they've done here. They've created their own whole windowing system for this, which is 10 times worse than just doing something normal. All right, so I feel like we might have done what we're supposed to do for this box, because we've gotten into his page and found proof that she didn't die of virus. Now, did we... Outside, she broke the rules. Now she's dead. The official story circulating is she contracted the virus while outside and died alone. Okay, so that's it. So we've prove that. The forums, that's true. We haven't visited everything. It's true. And he may have planted more back doors. Okay, let us go to the... So there's the resident directory. And there's the council profiles. These are the public profiles. Remember, we went to his back door and we got his notes on them. Let's just make sure we don't have any other back doors here. I don't see any. So how do I get... How do we get back? So stupid. How do we get back to the main page? We can't. And if I hit back button, I get to personnel records. Okay, so I guess we go back here. All right. Boy, this is terrible. Terrible, and it clearly took a lot of work to make this terrible thing. All right, so we had our rations, we had all this stuff. Hazmat status. So he could have planted more back doors, so we should look for places to click. But we did see that there is a forum here. And unfortunately, this looks even... This is a case where it would be much more convenient to use the tablet because of the orientation of this. This is just terrible. All right, well, I guess we're going to read it this way. Council is decided by majority vote to allow an additional member to take up residence. This is day 1825. This is a couple days. This is the day of her memoriam. There's another member. Oh, this is us, C117. They're talking about us. Okay, here's the memorial service. Did anyone hear about BO5? Okay, I guess we're going backwards as normal. So I'll scroll all the way down to the first. Okay, so our first entry is from 15 days ago. Do you ever wonder what would happen if we ate alien meat? It says user C13 and then C113. And here's the comments. What are you talking about? Do you think it would poison us or be nutritious or what? Health benefits are irrelevant considering the extremely negative health benefits of being even slightly near one of those things. Borderline insensitive. I lost people too, but it wouldn't be a bad idea in terms of keeping us supplied. It would kind of be poetic justice, like, hey, aliens, you eat us and we'll eat you right back. I'm not engaging in this conversation. You want to eat alien, you go out there. Take one down yourself. Maybe requisition some ropes to fashion yourself a lasso. Requisition some hot sauce for that sucker while you're at it. Just to be totally clear, I'm not approving of any of this if actual requisition forms come my way, although I would feed any and all of you to aliens for some hot sauce right now. This is B37. 68 says, the exoskeleton would get in the way, I feel like. Good point. Do you think it would be like a lobster situation or more like eating a bug? Hopefully lobster. I ate a bug once when Steve Harrelson dared me to in first grade, and it was pretty bad. I miss that guy. Jeremy, you know we all eat bugs, right? What do you think is in those protein bars that come with your rations? Hint, it's cricket flour. Oh, okay, yeah, that explains the texture. This conversation is really making me crave my mom's cooking. Do we need to know that this Jeremy's 17? I think we probably know. Okay, 37 says, me too, bud. All right. That was a cool little thread. Day 1811, user D72 says, anyone looking for a game? Gets a reply, sure, you free in an hour? Who's up for a game in the cantina? Not now, Sam. Yeah, sure, I need to blow off some steam after working for A003. Cool, I'll bring something good to the table. Is anyone willing to switch bunks with me? I had a bit of a falling out with one of my bunkmates. A bit of a falling out? That's putting it mildly, you disgusting slob. Can we not do this on the public discourse? You're the one who made this public, not me. So here's the two of them going back and forth, 93 and 77. You're unbelievable. No, you are. Take this private or I'll have both of your privileges revoked. Patricia is watching. Okay. Next up. Update to fellow residents. Don't be alarmed if we lose power around 1800 tomorrow. Maintenance is doing some work, some routine work on the electrical grid. Power shouldn't be out for more than 30 minutes. Does it have to be at 1800? I hate eating in the dark. Unfortunately, yes. You could always eat at 1730 or wait till 1830. Yeah, but I eat at 1800. Has anyone seen B005 around? This is our girl, Persephone. I need some help in the lab. She's not responding to any of my messages, either digital or B017 based. I think B017 is Jeremy. I think they're saying, like, send... Remember they said send that little kid to deliver messages? And I think this is a little joke reference to sending that kid to find her. Sometimes I question that woman's professionalism. And then we got 5 comments. I only checked the med base so far. There's plenty of places she could be. I got a little sidetracked. Buy lunch, he says. Okay, so is this when she's gone missing? On day 1816? Let's scroll up. 1817. Bonnie Lab's going to need to pull a little extra power over the next week. If you're able to reduce your energy consumption, it would be very helpful and much appreciative. No replies. 1819. Cluster cheater. Let this be known to everyone. Todd cheats at cluster. He uses an extra set of dice. God, Kenny, you are such a sore loser. You cheated. I should have won. And yet, you're the cluster buster. Okay, that sounds like a game they play. Creatures are back. 1819. Attention residents. Heat maps have picked up additional alien activity in nearby areas. Remain calm, stay quiet for the next several hours until activity slows down. Matthias, we should discuss this with the other 3 before having the rest of the facility take any action. Please meet us in the conference room now. Attention residents, the crisis has passed. Please resume normal activity. Okay, so A003 and A004, these are the top tier people. They're saying don't tell the rest of them till we discuss it at the council. Okay, day 1820. Time to shake things up a little. So I've been thinking, would anyone be interested in moving around some of the furniture in the rec room? Sometimes I feel like I'm going to go crazy seeing the same exact stuff in the same exact configuration every single day. I think a change of scenery would do us all some good. There's 8 replies here. Have you been talking to the shrink? That totally sounds like something he'd suggest. I mean, yeah. It's not a bad idea, though. I think that'd be nice. I agree. It sounds like a lovely project. That sounds like something you'd probably need council approval for. Seriously, it's some couches and ping pong tables, not Patricia's mainframe. I'm going to consult the manual on this. I think your insistence on tampering with facility layout without prior approval qualifies as antisocial behavior, and you're therefore in clear violation of Rule 14. You're seriously no fun. You and the council can push the furniture back yourselves if you want. If anyone wants to help me out, let's meet up in the rec center in an hour. Extra work. Anyone looking to pick up some extra work? Depends on the job. Kitchen staff needs help with a deep clean. Nope. Wow, Kelly, nice attitude there. I'm in. Me too. I can help too if you still need it. Thank you, says this user who posted. Rations. Listen, I'm definitely not asking for additional rations, but if anyone is looking to get rid of any food items they don't want, ... Watch yourself. For what? I said I wasn't asking. They don't want to get caught asking for rations. Okay, and here is user B13 on day 1821. Hello, everyone. Just a reminder that the weekly prayer gathering will be taking place tomorrow instead of tonight in order to avoid conflicting with the final rounds of the cluster tournament. I'm a bit averse to all the hubbub of that game myself, so I'll be in the chapel tonight regardless if anyone wants to stop by. That's the sister religious nut. I'll probably drop in, sister. I have a few things weighing on my mind that I'd like to discuss, if that's all right. Oh, of course, dear. There are always 2 open ears and 1 open heart in my neck of the woods. See you tomorrow night, sister. We'll miss you at the game. Say a prayer for me to keep my title as reigning champ tonight. Haha, yeah, she'll need it. Bet you won't have the balls to say that to my face tonight. Might we mind the language just a little? Sorry, sister. Okay. And here we have 1822. As a reminder, I have an open meeting time tomorrow from 1300 to 1600. If you need anyone to talk to, my door will be open. This is like the shrink here. Thank you. I will be stopping by, says C39. Need a blanket, day 1823. Can one of the scouts pick me up a new blanket? For the last time, Doug used the resource petition. Also, no. Did anyone hear about B005? Well, I know everyone knew she was missing, but I heard she turned up dead on 1824. So we think she might have gone missing on day 1816. That's the last time anyone's heard from her. And then by day 1824, someone heard she was dead. So she might have been missing for 8 days. Persephone, you can say her name, you know. She's a person. She was a person, and now she's dead. So it's true, as far as I know. This is why we have our expedition protocols in place. She should have known better. Yeah, most of us have experienced what's out there. It's a nightmare. Whatever the hell was going through her head that made her be so reckless. Well, I hope I don't go insane like that. Cabin fever, maybe. Can you guys even hear yourselves right now? One of us is dead. There's not many of us left, and she was one of us. Have some hush and goddamn respect. Okay, and if we try to comment, we can't. All right, 1825, that's the day of the memoriam. Let us please gather in the recreational room for the memorial service of our dear beloved friend Persephone Grace. Service will be held by Sister Ada. No comments. Official facility notice, day 1825, by the top user A001. The council has decided by majority vote to allow one additional member to take up residence. Resident has undergone thorough debrief and decontamination. This facility has officially let in the last of our residents until further notice. That's us. Okay, so, and then we've got a couple comments. I bet it's because we're still waiting to see if we keep the doors open or closed or whatever. And then B080 says, welcome user C117. That's us. I bet this is all very overwhelming for you. Frankly, it's a little overwhelming for us too. We haven't taken in any new residents in a little over 3 years. You can't be too careful about the virus, you know. Congratulations on making it through decontamination. This place is a new home in a chaotic world. Don't worry, you'll get used to it in no time at all. Okay, so we've read all the community comments. We could take a look at, I can't get this out of the way fast enough. Okay, we could look at our maintenance. Now remember, we know she went missing. We think she went missing on 18/22. I'm not sure these log messages go. They only go to 18/17 unless there's another page for them that I don't see. 1760 to present, previous log cached. Why does it say to present if it only goes up to 18/17? Any notice by our girl? Yes. Hello, counselor. Would it be possible to have the exam table in my office inspected? It's been pretty wobbly lately. I swear it's going to drive me crazy sooner or later. That's her last comment. We can click request from maintenance, but I get permission pending. I'm a little concerned that there's no future day, that there's no more days. Like I would like to go. I would have liked to see it go up to our current day. And then our girl has asked for the bandages and antidiarrheal. What day was that? 1810 is the last day she's requesting anything. No sign that she was around past day 1816. John says, I think the form was a good length, help flesh out the setting without going on too long. Yes. Okay, so I think what we've got here is we're probably ready to advance to the next box, but we're going to go to the reveal page and we'll see, and then maybe we'll jump and see if anyone has any comments on that other site about Patricia, who we didn't interact with. If you were curious about this answer for how to figure out the first code, it was exactly what we figured out about the 14 shift. That's all. All right, so now what we want to do is find the recap. John says, does the suit description imply they just wear masks, or are they supposed to wear helmets? She did not appear to be wearing one. I couldn't quite tell. We're going to learn a little bit more as we do this, though. So let's go to this page and we'll see if there's stuff we missed. Okay, that's okay. I think we can just, that's not what we wanted to do. So we want to bypass this. Why it won't let me. Okay, let's see if we can do it in Chrome. Is it? Okay, it's just members.earthbreak. So they broke the URLs, but the actual URLs can be gotten by going to members. Okay, we'll just bookmark this. Okay, and unfortunately, I have to go to full screen. You don't mind it. I mind it because I can't see it properly. All right, so let's see. Find your season. Here we are. Omega Protocol Episode 1. We need the password, which is ALNS1815. Sure. Okay, so let's see. I guess we're just gonna click on these. Contact informs you of recent events. So just to recall for everyone, we think we might have done everything we needed to do in this box to progress. So now we're going to look through these hints and reveals to see if there's stuff that we missed because we can't talk to Patricia. Okay, pay attention to any details about Resident 2, aka Alosha, and where he might store information. Okay, so that's our guy with the back doors. Once you go to the website, find the backdoor link in the directory. Alosha's embedded the backdoor link in his child's name because he's the sentimental type. Click on Svetlana. We did that. Where to find Patricia and talk to her? We tried that. She doesn't answer us. The ID card is the password hint. We figured out that on our own. We figured that. We figured that. Now, hazmat log. I don't remember us finding anything on the hazmat log on our own. Shall we take a look at that again on our own? Let's see. So 1816 is when we think Patricia might have gone missing. And here we have Hazmat 7, no information logged. That's a little weird. What does that even mean? Hazmat 7, which is inactive, has a blanked out entry. So let's go here. Pay attention to the days and ID numbers for the expeditions, as well as which hazmat suits are currently active and inactive. So I think maybe what we're learning here is that hazmat containers, do they mean hazmat suits? And are we being told that hazmat suit 7 is missing? 1816 is the day she disappeared. And 1824 is when this person went out and found her, right? So look, retrieval. So I think we might be led to believe that Persephone took out hazmat 7 but didn't log it. The days and ID numbers show took expeditions for how long, also how Jordan Kim uses hazmat suits and teams in rotation. The log shows Persephone took hazmat 7 outside, and Jordan Kim was the one who left to retrieve what she could. Okay, so we figured that out. Now, the patch hint was the password. Small, large, small, large. Now the emitter hint and reveal. What do you think? So I think we were figuring out that it was Persephone's chip. Do we want to remind ourselves about that? That was in his back door. If you'll remember. I have to do this all over again. Small, large, small, small, large, large, small, large. So if you'll remember, it was in his case file here. So it was this line here. Oh, I can't select it. It was this line here, inactive, active, in use. Okay, so I'm not sure what kind of hint that is, though, but let's read what it says. Compare the emitter chip. Look for important labeled components. Okay, so we did figure that out. We figured out that she had an emitter chip. The serial number shows on other parts of the device, and the emitter chip must match the remote device it turns on and off. It also shows the emitter's frequency is set to 6 hertz. Where is the 6 hertz? I mean, we did see in a different document about the 6 hertz. Just not sure if we were meant to see it here. We did learn how to use it. Okay, so nothing here that we missed. The TSS file, the red and blue lines and their patterns. So the TSS file. That was here. All right, so we noted what it said. Chatter collected at 6 hertz, triangulated at this location. Maybe we'll take a screenshot of that. Okay, so we're told 68 miles from the base. No chatter above the Kármán line, local chatter, no hive movement. And this is on day 1822. This might have been the day she died. Anna says Persephone was asking about someone on the blog and then went out. People were asking about Persephone. Let me go back. What day was Persephone asking about someone? Here's someone looking for Persephone on day 1816. Now, where do you see Persephone asking about someone? looking for someone. I don't see it. I think you're wrong about that. I don't think Persephone was asking about anyone. At least not on the forum. People are asking about her. People are asking about Persephone, but we don't hear anything about it. Okay, so TSS file, look at the red and blue lines. This page suggests that Patricia has been listening to and collecting alien chatter. The blue line between 85 and 185 represents what the human ear can hear. Compare this to the red line, which shows an activity at 6 hertz. This is the frequency at which the aliens communicate, a frequency the human ear cannot hear. Okay, well, we did read all that. That was explained to us right here. But maybe we should make a note. Maybe it is suggesting that we remember it. That 6 hertz is for aliens. Okay, so it looks like... Okay, let's see if there's something we didn't catch in Patricia's surveillance photo. Shows the dead body of Persephone Grace outside the facility perimeter gate. Her injuries show she died violently. The wounds do not corroborate the council's claims that she was killed by the virus. Okay, so we were right about that. Now, I suppose it's the name of the camera that tells us that she was just outside the perimeter gate. Like, I don't think we saw anything on the camera, but it's the fact that the camera photo was called perimeter cam, and that it was the perimeter gate cam that told us she was right outside. All right, now what else do we have here? After finding Alosha's data cache, find the secret files. When you feel like that's all there is to know, type this keyword into Patricia and then type the name of the files. I see. So it sounds like the way you're meant to officially advance is you open up Patricia, you tell her that the file that you're sending to the person who asked us to discover what the council is lying about, we would tell her like this. But we know that Patricia is not working. In fact, yeah, wake up, Patricia. That's okay. It's not working. We can see if... Okay, but we have finished with this box. We can look at what Elaine sent and see if... Wow, look at all this stuff, Elaine. But I don't think Patricia was working for Elaine either. So she's just got printouts. She's just got printouts of the web pages, not any conversation with Patricia. Now, on the other hand, so we did it all ourselves. On the other hand, I do have notes from Elaine that say one thing interesting. The notes from Elaine say that there is a YouTube user. So if we put that this user may have documented the interactions with Patricia. So let's just see, since we have finished day one. Justin Lawrence, NK 2PL. Okay, I'm going to bookmark this. Okay, so Justin Lawrence has played through season 1 of Omega. So I wonder if we look at episode 1, if we can't see him chatting to Patricia. Let's see. This is the O-line content. The game is being discontinued 9 months ago. What's happening here? Does it work in Chrome? Okay. I don't know if you're going to get audio. I'm going to turn off the audio here. Okay, so here he is solving it, but now he's reading the form. We're just trying to find if there's conversations with Patricia. He's looking at the requests. He's just showing all the online content that we saw. I don't see any. Oh, yeah. No, I thought he was talking to Patricia. All right, looks like he didn't talk to Patricia either. All right, no one's talking to Patricia. No one's talking to Patricia. All right, that's that. All right, well, clearly it wasn't important. I don't know what she would give us. We could try our particular investigation site. Let's see if they have any comments about Patricia. No, 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 no. Okay, does this have any comments about Patricia? Digital contents. Patricia, once we find the files, we type this in, and you type this in, and doesn't say what happens. Okay, so clearly, even though it seemed like Patricia was playing a big role, she didn't play a role at all, at least in Mission 1, Box 1. All right, well, we've been playing for 3 hours. What shall we do? We finished Box 1. I have mixed thoughts. I definitely do not feel as invested and caring about this world as I did with the Empty Faces cases. But I am very curious to see what's going on with these aliens. And we do have a proper mystery here. In Empty Faces, it was supernatural, trying to learn about the supernatural. Here we have a proper mystery. But this girl, Persephone, has disappeared, been killed. We don't know who killed her, why, what's going on, why people are lying. All right, are we ready for Box 2? Is the group ready for Box 2? Let's take a break. When we come back, if folks want to play Box 2 tonight, we will play Box 2. We probably should if everyone's up for it. But if everyone needs a break, then we could take a break and play Box 2 tomorrow instead of doing our normal 2-box night. But I think, you know, if I get up and stretch, I'll be ready for another box. How does the channel feel? Is everyone up for box 2? The first box is always the longest. There's more content and it takes us a while to get used to it. All right, Jonathan says we can do box 2. Doris says box 2. All right, well, we're going to take our break. We'll come back and we'll play the second box. We've got a committed group here. You have my respect. 1 a.m. Saturday, December 20th. We've been playing for 3 hours. I had an idea, actually. So part of the problem with the laptop is that the tablet orientation is wrong, so that when I go to portrait view, it's wrong. But I was just thinking, I wonder if I could resize it. It's not quite gonna work, but I could toggle between two views. Like I could toggle this and then I could do my... It's not ideal though. Although if I make the font smaller, whoever's idea it was to go to use the tablet, to switch to a proper laptop, boy, was that a good idea. I appreciate that. And then let me see, if I switch to full screen, we have this, and then back. Oh, that almost works, actually. So when we're full screen like this, and then when we're split like this, if I want to do this, I can do it. Okay, but everything is doable on the laptop. Everything is less painful on the laptop. Let me just try readjusting this page for this. doesn't quite work because of the resolution, but okay. We'll just see how this works for us. Okay, box 2. So something is fishy is going on with these council of elders, and have they killed Persephone? And is there a reason why did she try to go out? Is there some conspiracy? Surely there are aliens, right? This isn't one of these situations where there are no real aliens. All right, so in our box, we've got 2 things. Jeremy, do not open. That's the little kid, Jeremy, right? Who they used to send messages. So I wonder if they were sending this via Jeremy to us. And then here's interfacility mail. What are we looking at here? Cross out line when received, reuse until all lines are filled. All right, so this is, if no one has seen something like this is like an internal way of sending mail between people in the same facility instead of using a post office. You just write who it's going to, who it's sent from, and then when they get it, they cross it out, they can reuse it. All right, so we've got an encrypted message here. But look what it is. It's not a code. It's like letters missing for 10 more days. Exchange rates. Black market exchange rates. One rare something cluster. This seems like one magazine, carton of cigarettes equals something black market. So I guess we'll start with here and try to find our next official letter. What? I think this is for the game they've been playing. Or it's a protein. It might be a protein molecule that we're going to reconstruct. Wow. Okay, this is interesting. So we've got a new password. A new password, passkey card. Once you decrypt this key, you will access our internal server. Rule 4, work assignments are not optional. No misuse will be tolerated. Always keep the NACS facility rules in mind. So if I had to guess, I'd guess that what they're doing here is using the key that we log in with, the password we log in with each day, to have that website open new content for us. But we've got the same issue where we've got a key. Do we think we do that 14 shift again on this, or is there something else that we're going to have to figure out the key? All right, we'll look at that in a minute. What is this? Is this a USB stick? What is this? I think this is a USB stick. Holy cow. So now, normally I would never stick a USB stick into my computer. you find a USB stick, you should not be just sticking it into your computer, but I completely trust Elaine, and on this laptop also, there's nothing important. So I wonder if we're going to find some interesting files on here, and I wonder who this belongs to. We also have a necklace that looks like it's a DNA. It's like a helix, double helix DNA. A generic double helix DNA. It's not like it's someone's actual genetic code. Let's put these aside for a moment and see what we've got here. Cybersecurity incident report, and then some handwritten diary entries, but this is what I'm looking for. All right, let's see if our contact at NACS has anything new to tell us. The C117, my instincts about you were right. I've collected and scoured through the data you found for me. I cannot thank you enough, and unfortunately I must ask for your cooperation once again. It was leaked to the residents en masse that B005's death was a lie. Patricia has assured me it wasn't you who divulged this information, but she's also unsure of who did, which is quite unlike her. Whoever it was has only caused chaos. We need to mitigate the damage done and try to keep any information we gather between us until the time is right and we have the whole story. There are still so many questions we don't know the answer to, specifically why B005 left in the first place. If we can find the answer, I believe we can get one step closer to the truth. So it sounds like our mission today is to find out why she left. I refused to consider the idea she wanted to abandon us, but by leaving at all, she has set something terrible in motion. Her death has triggered much of the lock-in debate. Either we lock ourselves in and never see the outside again, or we continue to live in fear of an alien threat that has pushed us to the brink of extinction, to die underground or death from above. What kind of choice is that? I've secured a few documents for you, some of which have been yet again clandestinely misplaced into your hands, and some of which B017 neglected to look after. And I hope will help you with what I need you to do. I also did a bit of snooping and discovered B005's field notes in A003's personal quarters. I'm convinced he stole them from B005's recovered inventory right under B037's watch. Why would he want her notes in the first place? Okay, so 37 is the person who found the body, Jordan something. 3 is our security guy, I think. And B17 is the person whose documents we're getting today. I don't remember who that is. You've been provided with more information I found in Alosha's possession. That's the security guy. Let's just see for a second. Oh, it's not what we want. It's very weird that we can't go back. I want to find the people. Oh my gosh. This is really just awful. Awful, awful, awful. Crazy. Okay, so A3 is the head of maintenance, Matthias Gabriel. So the only reason I was bringing this up is because it's Matthew Gabriel who has the field notes of our Persephone. And then B17 is the person who's B17, Jeremy Reed. So Jeremy Reed is the person whose items have been disappeared, neglected to look after. This is the person whose documents. And then, but here, really? Boy, this is just a mess. I wanted to find Jeremy. Yeah, okay. So just to confirm, Jeremy, who's B17, he's the 12-year-old kid that they use to send stuff back and forth. Jonathan says, I'm not the biggest fan of these code names. Yeah, we've seen code names used to good effect on some games, but here it just feels like busy work. But okay, so A3 is Matthias, and B17 are documents that Jeremy neglected to look after, or Jeremy is providing to this contact so that we could give them out, so that they could give them to us. Anyway, some more information I found in Alosha's possession. Remember, Alosha is the nickname of the Russian cybersecurity guy. His apprehensive nature is convenient, and we can use his paranoia to our advantage. I tried to ask Patricia about these covert data caches he's created. She couldn't explain it in words. She printed these strange sculptures instead. Alosha likes to spy, so I'm giving them to you. I need you to figure out what it means. Break into the dark web and uncover anything you can. So this is a sculpture of a molecule, is what it is. It's going to be a molecule that we're going to put together, and maybe the name of the molecule is going to be a password or something. I also entrust to your protection a USB stick, which was found wrapped in the necklace that B05 would always wear. I'm curious as to why she left it behind. The USB might have the information we're looking for, hopefully some insight into what her motives were, but I do not dare risk cracking its contents open near others who live and work so close to me. It must be you. When you find what we're looking for, connect the USB, tell Patricia Ryloth to establish a secure channel. when you find what we're looking for, connect the USB. Then she says, stay safe, stay silent. I have a bad feeling about this. So the USB might have the information we're looking for, but then she says, don't connect it until we found what we're looking for. That's weird. Okay, let's see what else we got. All right, so here is something found in Matthias Lynn's possession. It's the mission summary of the expedition team. Mission 122. Duration was only supposed to be 2 hours. Jordan Kim. Oh, this was the retrieval of the body. Okay, recover materials from the body. So Jordan Kim was sent out. He took a hazmat suit and a duffel bag and a rifle. He returned with a hazmat suit, a duffel bag, and a rifle. Here's what he got. Backpack, heavily damaged. Hazmat suit 7, heavily damaged. ULP emitter and remote. The hazmat suit was in the backpack, not being worn. Field notes handbook, we got that. Bandages that were unused. Anti-diarrheal and ibuprofen, we saw when she requested those. She apparently was carrying them on her, as well as the hydrogen peroxide that she requested. That's been heavily damaged. Flashlight, recovered with batteries. Boots, recovered. Jacket, heavily damaged. Knife and hand axe. Here's what I recovered from Persephone. I know Simone wants the body back to examine, but I'm not bringing her into the base. It's way worse in person than it looks on the security photo. No one needs to see Persephone like that. There's no way her body could pass decontamination anyway. I'm not saying anything to the general population about what I saw, so tell the facility whatever you want, says Jordan. And we do note this weird statement that someone else has leaked that it's a lie, that our girl here, Persephone, died of virus. And we don't know who would have leaked that information. Patricia has assured me it wasn't you. So there's our contact. There's the higher ups trying to cover up stuff. Then there's someone else who's leaked information. But maybe it's the robot Patricia herself. All right. Now, did we? No, we didn't open this. Okay, let's do this first. So we're told this is Persephone's field notebook. Day 1816. Okay, remember we thought that's when she disappeared? Looks like it's true. Looks like 1816, this is when Persephone left. 1816, I can't believe I'm out here. I actually left. I made sure to avoid the perimeter cameras. Hopefully no one has noticed I'm gone yet. Too scared to take the suit off, but soon. 1817, I did it. I took off the suit last night. I'm terrified. My heart is still pounding, but the air tastes so sweet, I just wanted to cry. If these are my last days, it's worth it. It sounds like maybe she's figured out the virus is not here, not real. 1818, I heard them last night. Something was moving in the dark. I need to go. I'm not sure where exactly I'm heading at this point. I'm just following the expedition markers and hoping for the best. 1818, I found a pear tree. The fruit wasn't fully ripe, yet I still kept eating until I felt sick. Fresh pears always were my favorite. Anto does his best, but there's nothing like biting into a pear right off the tree. And then she's drawn her little DNA thing. Maybe that's just what we're going to recreate. So I'm thinking now that when she requisitioned those items, hydrogen peroxide, antidiarrheal, ibuprofen, maybe she requisitioned them planning to leave, and she just thought, these are the things that I need to have with me. 1818, so she's been out for 2 days. I'm in so much pain. I can't believe I thought it was a good idea to eat that many pears after going years without them. I'm so glad I remembered to grab a bottle of antidiarrheal before I left. I'm staying in the attic of a gorgeous house. It was tempting to spend the night in a real bed, but after last night, won't risk it, especially after seeing a number of homes with broken down front doors. 1819, I saw something. I caught the top of it over the ridge. Can't quite make it out. It's still a ways off. I should head back, but I want to know what it is. This is so stupid. I don't know why I'm doing this. Still, I know better than to try to make any progress at night. I'll make it to the top of the ridge in the morning. 1820. This morning I feel fine. It's been over 2 days since I ate the pears. No more nausea and no fatigue yet. 1820. The thing is some kind of tower, but it isn't man-made. Jordan had one of those in her sketchbook. I have no idea what it's for. I could see the aliens swarming around it, hundreds of them. They were miles away, yet seeing them still made my skin crawl. Part of me wants to get closer, but doing that would be saying I want to die. Okay, so the aliens are real. They're swarming around this tower, antenna of some sort. 1820. I'm a little nervous. I'm starting to feel tired. Granted, I have been walking all day. Still, I can't shake the feeling that my body's shutting down. It's just nerves. I'm fine. 1821, day 5. I feel fine. There's no virus. I've still got a few days to travel. I'm running low on food, but I should be able to make it back. So she's planning on coming back. 1822. I heard the sounds again last night. I'm almost positive it's them. I swear I could feel them stalking around the tree I was in. I want to throw up just thinking about it. 1823, I'm almost back. Just a few more hours. No nausea. No fatigue. The virus is gone. Everyone's going to hate me for breaking protocol, but it was all worth it. We now have proof that things are finally turning around. So the virus is gone, but someone doesn't want her to come back with that information. Okay, here we have a cybersecurity incident report by Alosha, otherwise known as Alexander Petrushoviev. He's redacted information about himself. Top secret. Incident details. Security system mainframe was attacked and broken into. Highly sensitive information was stolen. Sensitive information contained matters of national security, as well as decades worth of data on foreign matters. Original data during Cold War breached. Data during facility reconstruction and implementation of the Patricia system breached. Do we have a date on this? The date is redacted. Has the matter been reported to law enforcement? No. Is it related to a high-profile event? Yes. Is it resolved? No. Oh, maybe he'll have more detail here. Day 30. Okay, this is an old event that happened many years ago, 5 years ago. Personal copy. Report has been submitted. Agent has been assigned to case. as high priority. Badge number, agency FBI. This is the agent Oswald. I have done some digging myself. I do not trust bureaucracy. Too slow. Agent Oswald is closing in on perpetrator. I have his file, but it is mostly redacted information, too sensitive information, above my station. Nonsense. I have been able to extract some information from cyber criminal's file, but it is very difficult even for me. Most information is locked behind password I can't crack. This is most frustrating thing in my entire life, he says. I must know who she or he is. Day 1829. Okay, so then 5 years later. So someone has broken in. They send an agent to figure it out. He can't crack their password. And 5 years later, they sent an FBI agent, and now we have 5 years later. Day 1829 for counsel. I have something, this document. I've dug up this document, my personal copy, and submitted it as evidence of the strange circumstances occurring with Patricia and our safety system. You have not followed up on this, so I am resubmitting it, and here you all finally see the reason. It is happening again, and in the same way. Someone is hacking our system. If we are not proactive, we may lose control. We will lose our facility to him. We will lose our facility to him, comma, we will lose our lives. You do not feel this now, but you will. Do not let this slip by you a second time. And then he's got some Russian here, some Cyrillic that we need to be able to decode. I'll take a screenshot, but I don't have a great way to bring that into Google Lens without, maybe we'll wait. I'll make a little to-do entry. Next to Cyrillic handwriting. Okay. All right, so hacked 5 years ago. They never figured out who was doing it, and now again. And he says something strange going on with Patricia, too. Are these aliens trying to get into their system? All right, let's see what this folder is. I think this is the thing that Jeremy was meant to deliver. And our contact has intercepted it. This is private message, Jeremy Goodland. I have told you many times, he says. I've told you many times now, Layla. Okay, Layla is our person number 1, I believe. Layla is A1, the designer of the main programmer of Patricia. I've told you this many times now, Layla. I will never see Patricia in the way that you do. I do not understand all this. Treat her right, and she has feelings. It is you who needs to stop. Be here in the real world with us. Oh, this is Alosha. Okay. So Alosha, the Russian security guy, is writing to Layla, and he's sort of leaving a message so Jeremy doesn't read this when he brings it. He says, I don't understand why you're treating her like she has feelings. You have to pull your head out of Patricia and join us in the real world. As for our other more pressing concern, Wattershins is unlikely. Take one step. Decil. So I wonder if these are coded names, coded words. I also have seen something code. I have my code for a reason, and I know someone has been going through my things. This code word, I keep code word, so no one will ever encrypted. No one will ever blank. I will blank with blank. I never blank. Statistically, blank should be blank, but you never know. Do not trust statistics. I once thought it was you, that maybe it was blank. You and rest of council blank. My concerns is our friendship for nothing. Tell me blank. This seems like it might be tell me I am wrong. Okay, so look, if this is tell me I am wrong, we're just going back one letter. That's all this code is. H becomes I. You're just plussing one. Z becomes A. L becomes M. W. V becomes W, Q becomes R, N becomes O, M becomes N, F becomes G. So it's just plus one. So E, F, G, E, F, J, T, F, J, M. That doesn't seem right. This is clearly tell me I am wrong, which is plus one letter. So I wonder, is he using different numbers to plus out, to shift? And we'll come back to that. I believe you, L. I believe you says maybe Layla as a reply to him. Then let's, and then here is more Cyrillic. And here's more back and forth between people that Jeremy has handed over. Looks like maybe we've got some codes here where we're starting each line with a element. Hydrogen. Could you come by the something maybe sometime tonight? Okay, so I wonder if this isn't a shift. We've got some encrypted words based on the atomic number. Hydrogen. So this will be a nitrogen shift. Hydrogen shift. Helium shift. So maybe we'll look up the atomic numbers in order to decode these. These are two people writing back and forth. I need more to know. I make a decision about the blank. Oxygen. I understand all that matters is, so more encrypted things. I'm guessing this is atomic weight that's using to decode this. This one is clear. This is a shift plus one. I'm not sure if this isn't, which it doesn't look like, how we would know the shift number, but we could brute force it if we have to. And then we have a yet another communication using yet another code, asking the correct initial questions. has become far more blank to the blank. Okay. So this is weird that the asking has an A and the S, that's cat. As C-I has another I. I'm just looking at the capitals here. A-S-C-I-I. ASCII. ASCII, ASCII. So these are ASCII character codes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Break 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know. Should be box of 8. I think he might just be embedding not at word breaks. So I think maybe we're just going to decode this as ASCII and then get a series of letters. Far more blank to the blank. That doesn't quite make sense, does it? These are words, so they should be box of 8 to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. A little bit confusing, but maybe it's a 7-bit ASCII. I don't think 7 works either. It's kind of weird. I mean, it's clearly an ASCII code. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I've got 12 digits. Okay. Well, look, we're going to be able to use an online tool to do ASCII decoding of this, and we're going to be able to use a fairly straightforward Caesar shift here. Okay. I just needed a small reminder of how blank. Keep pushing for the blank. This is probably about the vote to close the doors. Good. What happened to 005 can't be allowed to happen to anyone else. I have to ask, though, why haven't you placed your blank behind me even after all this time? Your blank could mean a world of difference to blank. Must prioritize. This needs to be handled with finesse. I'll make blank in due time. Okay. So ASCII code. This is going to be a code based on shifting. This, I'm not sure what the, I'm guessing this is a Caesar cipher. This is clearly Caesar cipher shift 1, but I don't know what the rest of these are. E-R-A-S-E, erase. Okay, so this is a +1. Erase. Oh, I wonder if it's just... No, okay, so that's clearly just +1. That's erase. H-I-S-T-O-R-Y from history. Okay, so these are just +1s. All right, so we can just go to the answer, the reveals, and look up the decoding of that. I don't think that requires us to actually do that work. maybe after we decode these, we will get an idea of his like, what are we supposed to do here? She's given all this stuff. We got the items that was in Alocia's possession. I need you to figure out what it means, break into the dark web. That's the part that I'm a little unsure about. Like, what? How are we supposed to use this? And how do we find the dark web? Black market exchange rate. Huh. Then we have this. Let us... It seems to suggest that we don't use this to the end, but I'm just going to put this in now and see, make sure that is the case here. All right, this is a little troubling because normally one would not put a USB into a computer that one does not know the source of, but this computer is okay for that. Compressed zip folders. It looks like it's just a big... Let me take this off here for a second. Okay, so it's an encrypted zip file. So it was true to its word about us not being able to access it yet at this point. So I'll tell you what we'll do instead. We'll just copy this over. And we will, when we get the password for the USB, we'll be able to decrypt it. Okay. Now, we have a decision to make about, I think we don't know what to do with these. Clearly, we're going to be reassembling some molecule. But how, we don't know. So I don't think we can do that yet. But what we can do is decode these. They're in different codes, but I think we understand them. Maybe we start there, and maybe that will give us a clue to where to go next. It's not 100% clear to me if this wants us to log into the main site with a new code. Let's see if this uses the same code as the previous one. Just in the off chance that it does. That would be a weird choice, but let's see. Q goes to C. S goes to E. X goes to J. L goes to X. No. I goes to U. Okay, so no underlines here. Before logging into the server, always keep the facility rules in mind. Work assignments are not optional. You can also try logging in the main site, since now rule 4 given on card may be shift 4 this time. That's not a bad idea. Okay, let's try that. Let's try a shift of 4 backwards. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's put this at W. Okay, if we shift backwards 4, what do we get? Q goes to M, S goes to O, X goes to S, L, what? You don't need that, do you? L goes to H, I goes to E, V goes to R, F goes to B, S goes to O, E goes to A, V goes to R, H goes to D. Okay, so you're 100% right, Jonathan. Good catch. Rule 4 is this. Okay, so now we're going to go to the main website again, and we're going to re-log into the main page with this new password, I believe, which is going to give us the same interface, but it's going to know now that we're on box 2. That's my theory, but it didn't like that. I wonder if, should this be motherboard, not musherboard? It should be motherboard, clearly. But maybe not our login. Yes, that was it. Okay. All right. So we are in the same website again. Yes, clearly it's motherboard. Thank you. I was thinking that we were on the same page length. Okay, so we're into the website again, which looks the same, except now the game knows we're on day 2. So maybe some things have changed in here. Did this change 2.4? All right, so we could look around this a little bit. I guess that makes sense for us to do. Let's see if anything's changed here. How about the polling? Yeah, okay, the polling has been updated. Undecided, only 20%. People who don't want to lock in, 43%. Who are for it, 38%. This is on day 1834. And here's the previous poll. So pro is going up a lot. Looks like they're being convinced to lock in. All right, forum surely has updated. Let's see. Where did we leave it? The council lied to us. All right, so we got a whole couple weeks of new posts. I think this is where we left off last time. So 1828, these are our new days worth of posts. All right, well, before we read that, let's keep looking around a little bit more. Council profiles. So look, this has changed. Now he's left a secret link on this guy's site. He's just asking for his password. We are made of the same code, he says. We are made of the same code. We know he called his... We know he called him like B-O or bro. Like, what was... Do we think this is DNA? We are made of the same code. I'm not sure what it wants here. Not ASCII. I'm not sure, but clearly this is his next back door that we're going to need to get into. All right, what else have we got? Can't go into there. These have only been updated to the extent that we've got a new secret backdoor for Bodon. What about resident directory? Okay, so there's Persephone. B05 is deceased. Okay. Maintenance. This is going still not... These are still the old records unless they've changed something. Hazmat looks like it's the same exact page of data that we had before. Ration petition still only went up to our previous day, so nothing new there. Did inventory get updated? We don't know. And that's it. Okay, so we have the forum to read. We have the forum to read. We have the molecules to reassemble. And we have these encrypted notes between people to read. We know one set of messages are between Layla and Velosha. We have one set of notes that we don't know who it's between, but this is probably someone's name. Okay, well, let's take a break. When we come back, maybe we'll just jump to the reveals and read these decoded, just because it seems like we know how to decode them. An ASCII code, I'm a little bit confused by the... I wonder if it's a... Let me just count here again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. I guess I should look for a shorter one. I'm just here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it's a 6-bit ASCII code. I'm guessing it's always going to be divisible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 14, 15, 16, 4, 8, 12, 16. A little confusing. Sometimes it doesn't seem like it is. I'm a little bit confused by the length of these. You don't need a full 8 bits for a full ASCII just to do letters, but I'm a little bit confused about why we have some digits that are multiples of a number that doesn't quite make sense. But maybe the ASCII decoding algorithms, which I don't have much experience with, are more flexible about that. Or maybe there's a letter that's breaking, there's a character that's breaking words. Anyway, we'll take a break and we'll come back and continue. We are back. Okay, before we go to decoding these, which I'm not going to bother doing by hand, I think maybe it would behoove us to read the new forum stuff before we, just in case there's anything relevant. Okay, we're going to start from the day we left off. She heard she turned up dead. We're having the memorial. Okay, here we go. Official facility notice. The council has decided by majority vote to allow one additional member. Okay, that was our last message. And now everything above is new, but apparently I'm in the old website. How did we get stuck back in the old website? That's weird. Let's try reloading it. Okay, here we go. We're gathering. We've allowed a new person in. All right. A beautiful service. I'd just like to thank Sister Ada for the memorial service last night. Truly touching words about a thoughtful and vibrant human being. We'll miss you, Persephone. Persephone brought a lot of insight into my studies. She was always pushing herself to be able to understand the virus. Others will remember her for her kindness, but I'm going to reload this again. I'm trying to get the font size so I can read it. It needs a page reload. Okay. Others will remember her for her kindness. I'll remember her for her mind. I'm going to keep pushing to fight this thing, no matter how many times A003 rejects my request for test subjects. It's the best way I can think of to honor her memory. Okay, so Persephone wanted to fight the virus. We know she figured out it was gone. That's why she left. I, for one, can't believe Sister Ada would politicize Persephone's death at her own memorial like that. B013 says, I'm sorry you feel that way, Mrs. Hunter. Miss Hunter, I spoke what I felt to be true to my soul. When the wrath of the Lamb passes by overhead, and the air is free of pestilence, and the sky is clear of angels, we, the elect, shall emerge from the cave and inherit all things. Persephone, in her wisdom, understood that the door to humanity's heritage must never be sealed. If you wish to learn further about your place in the universe, Miss Hunter, you are always welcome to join me in one of our meetings or to speak to me in private regarding matters of faith. The elect will always support a member of our own, especially an unrealized member such as yourself. Peace be with you. Next comment. Okay, embarrassingly enough, I have no idea whatsoever how to play Cluster. Can someone please explain the game to me in simple and plain English? Always great to see someone develop a luster for Cluster. A general overview. Cluster combines pieces and elements of every single tabletop game we've managed to scavenge over the past 5 years. It also includes a pair of rollerblades, but only if you get voted to be the Cluster Buster by a jury of your peers. There are 231 rules in total, but which set of 231 rules each individual player follows per round depends on a few factors. You know what? This is going to take forever to write down. Come find me in the rec center sometime this afternoon if you want the basic rundown. Okay, Cluster is a game they've invented. Next comment, day 1829. I don't want to sound ignorant, but what exactly does the lock-in mean? Does it mean we can't go outside ever again? It's a little disheartening to see some of our residents don't grasp the seriousness of our situation and what our solution would entail. That being said, when the lock-in occurs, it means the door's opening mechanism will be overridden, magnetically sealing the aliens and the virus out of our home, at which point we would be surviving off the food we currently produce in our botany lab. We're already at the self-sustainability point, and I'm advocating for the council to enact the lock-in procedures as soon as possible. This is A003. This is the guy who wants the whole place locked down. He's the third in command. Matthias. I believe that was Matthias. User A007 says, Counselor Lind, this does not seem like the best forum to disseminate this information to the facility. Council is still in negotiations about how to proceed at this point. Please refrain from using the discourse to push your agenda until the council can present a unified front. Here is someone, D64, a normal low-level resident, saying, this vote seems ludicrous. A certain courier has been really hounding me lately to give my opinion on the whole lock-in protocol the council is supposedly looking into. The more I think about it now, the more confused I get. We have a big, strong, heavy door that we can open and close at will. What would we possibly stand to gain from cutting off the option to go out into the world? And here's 14 replies. It's not about what we stand to gain, but what we stand to lose. All it would potentially take for every single one of us to be wiped out would be for an animal our scouts hunt to be carrying a mutated form of the virus. The risk of putting our scouts out into the world once every month far outweighs the benefits of trying to split a trickle of scrap metal, candy bars, and ibuprofen among 100 people. We have decades of supplies stored down here, where Dr. Whelan has gotten us to a point where we're basically self-sustaining, and the water system can harvest all the moisture in the soil for miles around. A003, this is the Matthias Lind, says, bravo, couldn't have said it better myself. D80 says, yeah, but what if there are still other people out there? Are you saying we should have just turned C117 away? No offense to C117, but yes, every new person we take in is at increased risk of being either a carrier of a mutated form of the virus or completely psychotic from having spent so much time alone on the surface. Plus, we're at capacity. We have all the skilled and unskilled labor we need. Anyone else would just be a drain on our resources. C81 says, I know it's been the policy to just throw our doors open for anyone who wanders by, but it certainly couldn't hurt us to be more careful about who we take in. Do you hear yourself? It sure could hurt the actual people we'd be turning away. User 25 says, C25, I'm not advocating for one side or the other, but you do make some good points, Augustus, especially about expeditions. Are the things Jordan and her squad bring back useful? Yes. Do I like getting them? Sure. But we're not in a position to whine about not having access to luxuries. B37 says, you're seriously underestimating just how much my team and I do for this base, and frankly, it's insulting. There will always be a need for contact with the surface. Yes, that comes with risks, but hiding our heads in the dirt forever isn't a solution. It's just hiding. User C25 says, it's nothing personal, Jordan. That's B37, the person who found the body. You and your squad do great work. But we need to step back and reasonably assess whether or not expeditions are worth giving away our position. B37, Jordan says, I resent the implication that we're just blundering around out there. Every single operation we pull off is carefully, strategically coordinated and executed with precision and professionalism. In 5 years, we haven't led anything back here, and we haven't lost a single scout. We know what we're doing. User C25 says, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's been a good 5 years. Our luck has run out. Persephone's death was a wake-up call, and I don't get why you're not seeing that. B37 says, it isn't luck that we haven't lost scouts. It is planning. Expeditions are necessary for the survival of this base. User D12 says, Jordan's team found me on an expedition and brought me back here. I'd be dead if it weren't for that team. I trust her judgment on this. User B22 says, she's the best leader we could hope for. I think I speak for all the scouts when I say she's in the right on this one. All right, these are very believable little conversations. Jeremy says, warning to anyone using Jeremy as... Oh no, user 20 is writing about Jeremy. He says, warning to anyone using Jeremy as your messenger. I know we all want our privacy. That's why we keep certain things off the system and away from Patricia. But I've caught Jeremy several times going through my mail. Remember, always encrypt your messages. Okay, user A3, Matthias Lint, day 1835 says, tighter food rations. Attention all residents. Due to an unfortunate combination of events, our botany lab will be growing less food over the next 2 weeks. This is no cause for alarm, as our resident botanist has already corrected the issue. That being said, food rationing will be tighter until production returns to normal levels. Oh, I guess we got to read the comments to the Jeremy thread. That could be important about encryption. Okay, this user says, I had to tell him why going through another person's mail was a big no-no. Kids have to be treated like kids. He's not a child. He's just been sheltered all his life. He's harmless. I'm not sure about harmless. You're never sure about anything. I feel bad for Jeremy. He's a really good kid. Everyone pushes him around just because they can. He seems really lost all the time. Makes me want to take care of him. Gross. I guess no one really took the time to teach him anything except maybe Jordan or Alosha, but it isn't good enough. Jeremy needs more discipline. Randall used to play chess with Jeremy. I've seen him pick that up. Jeremy still looks for people to play with now that Randall's passed. Poor Randall, I don't think he was ready to go. Reply, don't feel bad for Randall. Lucky bastard got to live to the ripe old age of 96. How many of us will be able to do the same? I asked Jeremy once why he opened my mail. He said he thought it was for him. The kid looked so sincere, I couldn't tell if he was taking the piss or not. If you're upfront with him before giving him anything, he'll actually listen. Just don't use any metaphors. It confuses him. User B37 says, I honestly think the kid means well. Like user D88 said, he was sheltered all his life. Considering what I've heard about him about his parents, I'm really not at all surprised. He's not dumb. Have you seen the way he plays chess? I might be more worried that he's been flying under the radar and he'll end up outwitting us all. B17 at Jeremy, he's saying, your old bag was falling apart, so I left you a new one on your cot. Jeremy says, wow, I love it. It's not dirty at all, no rips or anything. Thanks, Jordan. You're welcome, sweetheart. Okay, so talk about... There's something weird going on with Jeremy, don't you think? There's something weird going on with Jeremy. I think Jeremy is giving information to this contact of ours. But I wonder if he's talking to Patricia and if there's something else going on. So I started to get tired. I broke out my secret weapon, which is this Diet Coke. All right. Then the person said tighter food rations, and here are the comments. That's discouraging to hear. Will this be a regular thing? The person in charge of of the botany lab says, absolutely not. Just a series of mishaps. I apologize for the inconvenience. I thank you for your understanding. At least we have non-perishables to hold us over. What would we do if the lock-in occurs and this happens again? Then Matthias says, that's extremely unlikely, but the council has contingency plans in the event of such occurrences. I wonder if we should make a note of when this incident at the botany lab happens, just in case something has happened that is important. We don't know what mishap has occurred, but we do know on day 1835 they're having some trouble. Okay, 1837. What the hell? The council lied to us. They told us she died because of the virus. A virus doesn't do that to a person. If the aliens are at our door, we deserve to know. Okay, someone has leaked the photo showing that Persephone did not die of virus. Let's hear what people say. Well, you can't really blame them. What do you mean? Of course we can blame them. They probably didn't want to cause a panic. I think they made the right call. The bigger issue is who leaked the picture to the rest of us. A hero, someone who actually cares about us. D57 says, I don't know why they would do this. If we can't trust the council, who can we trust? User D21 says, no one. Okay, 1837, same day, here's someone defending the council. The council did nothing wrong. The council was right to hide the horrific nature of Persephone's death from us. How have any of our lives been improved by knowing it was an alien attack? All it has done is make people panic and worry over something we can't control. No one likes to be lied to, but it was in the best interest of the community to keep everyone calm until a plan of action could be formed. And here are the replies. D59 says, I still think they should have told us. The panic is because we found out they lied. D94 says, I panicked because of the aliens, but to each their own. New cluster variant. 1839, this user has posted, hey, I know there's a lot going on. I doubt I'm the only one who needs a distraction. I've been putting together a new cluster variant to incorporate the backgammon pieces Todd found in his bunk. Anyone looking for a game? I don't know what you're insinuating with those quotes, but I'd love to play, especially since you're using my pieces. D72 says, I don't think you know how quotes work. D90 says, careful, Sam, he cheats. And 87 says, shut up, Kenny. Here's someone saying we should lock the doors. Day 1840. In light of recent events, we really should consider locking the doors now. Number one, if the aliens know where we are, it's the safest thing to do. And number two, we're growing more and more of our own food. Why are we still risking the virus or the aliens making their way into NACS by leaving the doors open? D47 says, right there with you. D90 says, me too. D80 says, isn't that being a bit hasty? And D61 says, are we sure we're growing enough food? I don't want to starve to death just because we all got a little spooked. Day 1841, aliens, posted by user D085. They're going to kill us all. Persephone was just the start. This is how it all ends. We need to lock the doors. We need to give everyone weapons. We have to act now before it's too late. D50 says, damn, dude, take it easy. D85 says, how am I supposed to take it easy? We're all going to die. Reply, well, we're all going to die at some point, right? So why worry about it? User C32 says, George, you're not helping. Benny, I could use a hand for dinner prep. Want to help me out? It might take your mind off things. User A4 says, Benny, why don't you stop by and see me? I'd love to talk with you for a bit about all this. Who's A004? That's one of our high ups. Something about food prep. Okay, last post, day 1841 by user A4, the same person who just asked this guy to stop by. What do they have to say? Hello, everyone. It's come to the council's attention. There's a lot of anxiety about these recent revelations. I know a lot of you have questions about why the council misled the community about the details surrounding Persephone's death. Rather than continue to allow these discussions to run rampant in the hallways or here on the discourse, I think we should all gather together and talk through it. Several members of the council will be in the cantina at 1800 tonight to listen to all of your concerns and hopefully provide answers that will put your minds at ease. I'm locking comments this post in hopes it will encourage those of you with opinions on this matter to show up and join the conversation tonight. Okay, that's all of our group messages. By the way, you could imagine that some of these older threads have new replies, but surely we're not going to check on all of them. We're just going to hope that the old threads don't have any important replies. Okay, so we saw the updated polls. We saw the updated forum. I think we decided that maintenance had no new entries. The last entry is 1817. Hazmat, same thing. Last entry is 1824. Nothing changed. Rations. Again, nothing's been updated. Inventory, we don't know if it's been updated. All right, I think then that, let's see if Patricia is awake. Doesn't seem so. Okay, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to go to the recap site. We're not done with this box for sure, but we are ready to read the decrypted. I think we're ready to read the decrypted text rather than go through the trouble of decrypting it ourselves. Okay, so ESB encrypted files. I don't think this is going to give us the password to them. No, it's just a way to download them if you don't have the USB stick. Okay, fine. Contact letter. Nothing important here, just telling us that we should read the letter to find out what we need to do. Okay, so now let's see. Tells you how to go to the contact website, but we don't know how to get into that. We don't know how to get Alosha's new backdoor. This link might give it to us, but I'm not going to click that yet. Password card. Okay, we figured this out, right? This was motherboard. Okay, good. Now, the model pieces, we didn't figure out what to do with them. We can tell it's for building a molecule, but it's not clear to me what molecule we should be building. I'm going to skip over this. We're going to do the coded messages. Okay, the first message is the one with the names of elements. Pay attention to the elements mentioned. It may be helpful to determine their atomic numbers and to consider who could be writing it. Okay, hydrogen atomic number is 1, so it's a Caesar cipher shift of 1 and so on. Okay, well, that is exactly what we surmised. And so we are safe now to read the decoded message. So here is the actual thing. Could you come by the blank sometime tonight? I ran some numbers. I want to know your thoughts. Okay, so let's read these messages now. Could you come by the botany lab sometime tonight? I just ran some numbers. I want to know your thoughts. Is this about the issue we've been discussing? It is. It looks like it's worse than we thought. All right, I'll head over once I finish updating my report on the virus. Have you thought about what you're going to do if we're right? He says, immune or not, I wouldn't last a day out there. There are plenty of residents who wouldn't either, and those people will need me here. But I won't ask you to stick around on my account. So it looks like they know, along with Persephone, they know that it's safe outside. Simone says, I won't ask you to break security protocol on mine, but I need to know more before I can make a decision about the virus, the food supply, and about Persephone. Anto says, I understand. All that matters is you're here now. I don't know how I'd be doing any of this without you, Simone. Simone says, I'm sure the root vegetables would manage just fine without me dropping in to be morbid all the time. That's not what I meant. I know. See you soon. Okay, next coded message. A long string of numbers. Pay attention to any capitalized letters. Okay, so we decoded that one. And we saw in this one that we've got ASCII. So we know this is an ASCII code, although I have noted that it's not all 8 bits per letter. So let's see what we're going to be told here is the version of this ASCII code. Capitalize the term ASCII. ASCII assigns a 3-digit numerical value to all letters. Each group can be broken into 3. I guess it's a 3. So I tried 6 and didn't work, and then these 3-digit numbers can be cross-checked with an ASCII dictionary to reveal which letter they refer to. Note, capital letters have a different numerical value. A is 65. Lowercase a is 97. That's ASCII, but okay. Oh, I see. It's not binary. I don't know why I started to think it was binary in bits. All right. So let's see. Matthias is getting orders from an anonymous person. He says, they just need a small reminder of how dangerous... Oh, asking the correct initial question. You were right. The population has become far more open to the lock-in in light of recent events. This is Matthias Lint, who wants the place shut down. An anonymous reply comes in and says, they just needed a small reminder of how dangerous it is on the surface. Keep pushing for the vote to take place and we'll all be safe very soon. Matthias says, good. What happened to Persephone can't be allowed to happen to anyone else. I have to ask, though, why haven't you placed your official support behind me, even after all this time? Your endorsement could mean a world of difference to public opinion. The council must prioritize public well-being over public opinion. Yeah, I understand that, but I still think we should present a unified front. Not yet. This needs to be handled with finesse. I'll make my stance known in due time. If we want Cyril and the others to vote with us, they need to feel they're making their own choices. We can't railroad them. Understood. Okay. Now, the next coded message from Alosha. This is the one that it's clear some of them are single shifts, but maybe not all of them. So what does he say? The beginning of this message contains a keyword that may appear odd. Look up the definitions to any words you don't know or that seem to stand out. What's the next hint? Former prints of this document contain an error confusing the meaning of widdershins. Widdershins means counterclockwise and is considered unlucky. Therefore, decoding the words requires moving clockwise. Shift each letter forward in the alphabet by 1. Okay, well, we figured out the forward by 1 part. I have also seen, so this is Alosha writing to Layla, I've also seen something strange on the system. I have my secrets for a reason, and I know someone has been going through my things. This information I keep safe so no one will ever delete. No one will ever erase from history. I will protect it with my life. There was only one person years ago who managed to get this far through my security. I never caught him. Remember, that's the old security report from 5 years ago. Statistically, he should be dead, but you never know. Do not trust statistics. I once thought it was you, that maybe it was an inside job. You and the rest of the council rejected my concerns. Is our friendship for nothing? Tell me I am wrong. Then let's discuss. Burn after reading. All right, now virus report. I think they're talking about this. Do we think they're talking about this? Let's look at this hint. No, compare the red puzzle piece to the information about the virus. I think these are things... Did we get a virus report? Did we get a physical virus report? Maybe they're talking about something else. All right, let's see what we do have. We do have an incident report. Notice the similarity between this and an online component. I'm not sure what this is referring to. Field notes. Let's click this. Look for familiar symbols that correspond with other items. Okay, so I'm just clicking on the things we do have access to. So I do notice, looking at this, a couple things. There are some underlines, but I see more that there are some washed out letters. So I wonder if something is going on. '18, 16, 18, 20. So we start here. Do we have N-I? H-F-T-A? It's too hard to see which are blurred, but S-T-M-T. That doesn't look right. Look for familiar symbols that correspond with other items. I'm not sure what it's talking about here. Any thoughts? Maybe it expects us to already be in the back door. It feels like the field notes are right in front of us. I'm not sure why. Oh, here. I think it's just talking about this, which was this. Is it possible that we're meant to assemble this into a model? This is not going to form DNA. I'm going to click here, this reveal. The helix pattern sketched into Persephone's field notes matches the pattern of her necklace. Next to the sketch is the word pair. Here is the password to unlock the USB. Okay, I don't think we ever would have figured that out. Look at what it's trying to tell us we should have done. We should have seen that this is next to the word pair. And therefore, because this was found with her things, and also found with her things this USB drive, that we should know that pair is the password for the USB drive. That seems kind of crazy, but that's okay because we didn't waste time doing it. Okay, let me open up our encrypted Persephone using the password pair, which she obviously likes. Okay. You don't like that, huh? How about if I double click on you? Now will you take pair? Yes. Okay, let's see now what we've got. Oh my God. Come on, guys. It's just an image. How about you just open it up? Huh? My name is Persephone Grace, ID number B005. If you're reading this, it means I failed. For more than 815 days, I've been putting Band-Aids on the apocalypse. I've been doing my best to keep the residents of NACS alive, but I'm losing the fight. Recently, I've started hearing whispers about a plan to seal ourselves away from the outside world. We will not survive that. So many have died, and if I'm going to save the few of us that are left, I have to act now. I've been reading over Dr. Thomas's notes and conducting a few tests of my own over the past few weeks. I don't believe the virus is a threat anymore. From what I've gathered, the virus only seems to infect humans and cannot survive for long outside of a host's body. Roughly 95% of the human population was wiped out by this disease 5 years ago. The likelihood of the virus surviving that long with such a small host population, is almost impossible. I wish I could do a proper study of the virus, but Matthias has banned any effort to bring a viral sample into the facility. So to test this hypothesis, I've had to get creative. Our decontamination process is good, but it isn't perfect. Some small trace of the virus should make it through and into the facility. I've been swabbing items brought back from the outside and been taking blood samples from the expedition party, and I found nothing. This idea is still just a hunch. It's based on a small sample size and isn't nearly rigorous enough. But I'm running out of time. I need something concrete to take before the council before talk of sealing the doors gets any further. I'm terrified, but I know how to get the evidence I need. I'm not immune to the virus. My GC content is too low. During the outbreak here, I was either sealed away in the med bay or in a hazmat suit, and I'm still lucky to have made it. If I left this place and the virus was still active, there's no chance I'd survive. But I can stay out there. If I can stay out there for at least 5 days, a week to be safe, it'll prove I'm right. It'll prove the virus is gone. This is incredibly stupid and dangerous, but I don't see any other options. If I'm going to save what's left of us, I have to try. Only one other person knows what I plan to do. I need their help to exit the facility. I won't be disclosing their identity in case I was wrong. I don't want them blamed for my mistake. I hope none of you ever see this, but if you do, know that I did this for all of us. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. Okay, we still don't know how she got killed. All right, there's one more document in this encrypted zip, and it's a PDF file, which thank God I have a reader on this device and we don't have to go through hell. Look what it is. She's drawn the alien, and it is scary looking. Appendages for movement. Eyes clear. Film moves across them, maybe eyelids. Are they blinking? Wow, it's got eyes here and here. Scary. Is this its head? She says. This is its mouth, I think. It looks like a crab. I don't know what this is. Yeesh. Eye type suggests spectacular night vision. Texture ambiguous, seems hard and slimy, but can't be sure unless I took my suit off. This is Jordan, the expedition leader, is writing these blue comments. Jordan, went through your handbook, took some notes, scanned this page for our private use. You, me, and Simone all know that Matthias disapproves of this study. So let's keep this out of the council's hands until we know we have the whole truth. Between your sketches and the blood sample Simone let me borrow, we can start making sense of these things. If you had actually brought whole organs or the entire body back, I could be more accurate. But it is what it is. How you killed one of them is beyond me, but it makes more sense than trying to figure out how the hell you got their blood into the facility. You are wonderfully devious. Anyway, let's get started. Once I've gathered enough data, I'll release this back to you. Next page. How many pages do we have here? Maybe this is the last page. Okay, so they've dissected it a little bit. They've got its mouth tube, its buccal cavity, gills, no lungs, filtration system throughout the body, segmental ganglion, midgut, stylet, virus molecule shaped more like human. The virus molecule is shaped more like human DNA. It is eerily precise. Is it engineered? And then it looks like we've got a picture of a tower here, and she's writing, do they live here? And that's the final page. There's only 2.5 pages. She thinks maybe they live at that tower. All right, very creepy. Heart, no heart. All right, so that is the USB drive and the bracelet. What we haven't figured out is what to use this for and how to get into the back door left by our security guide. And somehow we're back on the old login. That is just bizarre. Because now we're on the wrong. Now we're on this login, which we shouldn't be. So I've got to reload this. Go back. Oh my God. Come on, guys. What a terrible idea to make this website. What a terrible, terrible idea. All right, so I guess I switched it to Chrome. That's why it did it. Okay, fine. So in the personnel files of our guy now, we have his son. Okay, so he's got a password for his son. We are made of the same code. I thought this would be something like DNA. He talks, this is his son. The link is about his son. We had access to when we were looking at his notes, what we saw, I can't access them anymore. He said something about his son, but surely we're not meant to remember it. What do you think? If it's not DNA, you don't think he spelled out. The problem is he's not writing. Let me go back. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go actually, as much as I was complaining about this password being old, I'm back in Chrome now. And then viral genome. I'm going to log in with the old password. And now we're going to, this is ridiculous that I'm even doing this, but so this was his old small, large, small, small, large, large, small, large. So the only reason I'm doing this is to find his note. Of course, I can't read the text. It's too small. Okay. So here's what he says about his son. That's why I've logged out and re-logged back in. He says, "My Bo, you are God's gift to me." Okay, that's not very helpful. Do you think we are made of the same code? You don't think he spelled out DNA? I mean, surely not. And surely I'm not meant to try 100 versions of this when I can't even see it or okay. No, 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 no. All right. So we've gotten into the password. We've got a problem though here. Because I'm looking for hints about that. The hidden link is the word Odin. It can be found in the council profiles. Like we found his back door. We don't know the password, but there doesn't seem to be an entry in the reveals. How about this? We already did that. There doesn't seem to be an entry here about his backdoor note. Genetic. That's a pretty good guess, Jonathan. We are made of the same code. You think it's genetic code? Apparently not. Seemed like a good answer, though. Sure seemed like a good answer. Source code. We've looked at the coded messages. We haven't looked at the virus report because we don't know what it's talking about. Incident report. Incident describes a series of events, parties involved. Notice the similarities between this and an online component. The document intertwines closely with the log OSHA kept in his data cache. It reveals Agent Oswald knew how to find the base because of his work tracking the cyber attacker. I don't get it. Okay, item recovery. We saw this, but it proves Persephone had taken Hazmat Suit 7. She had a handbook. Someone must have access to her recovered items. Okay. Field notes. This is what we already figured out. Okay, journalist says, so let's look at the first hint here. Try connecting the pieces like a puzzle. Pay attention to the markings on the pieces. Yikes. Really? It just wants me to randomly put these together. Okay, so I see the GACT letters. There's a G. Can you see that? There's a G, there's an A, there's a T. So maybe we are putting together a little strand of DNA. And maybe you've got to look up how to assemble this. Just going to click on these notes. The white pieces fit together in a DNA helix. The red piece represents the virus and fits into the helix in a very specific place, representing the part of human DNA the virus attacks. Okay, that's pretty cool. That is a pretty cool concept here, but I can't say that the idea of assembling to this appeals to me. So let's keep going. Notice the letters on the model pieces and their order. Consider where else this information can be used. So I guess maybe this is the code, but would he know? I just got to do it. I can't. The idea of having to search for this. The letters on the genes in order from top to bottom can be used to unlock Alosha's data cache, ATG. I feel like my patience is lower than it normally is for this. ATG. All right, we're into his backdoor site. And now we've got personnel files. Is this... Is this all the old stuff we've already seen? Is there new stuff? This is all the stuff we've seen before. That one's inaccessible. We've seen this before, but we haven't seen this. Okay, so now this is the virus report. All right, let's take our break. We'll come back. We'll read the virus report. Okay, 5.5 hours in. This is actually quite fascinating for me. You may not be able to tell. I don't know. It's one of these things where, well, it's been a little bit of a struggle for me. I'm not sure if it's because of the web interface, dealing with it constantly, or sleep schedule, whatever. But this is, or the pace of the game. This has been a little bit harder to get through than the previous 15 boxes. But what's a little surprising to me is Jonathan is here saying, I'm enjoying the story so far. Which does give me a little bit more energy to continue. Okay, so I do think it's a little odd that the password he's been using, this sentimental cybersecurity guard, is the DNA GACT molecules. It just seems like it doesn't seem all that logical here, although this is a cool little prop. So we're going to try to read this report, although this website really makes it unpleasant. Because the sizing of everything feels wrong. I can change the font size, but it messes up the window size. Boy, was this just the worst idea for that they built this site. I just don't. All right, let's take a look at this. So here's the DNA. Let's look at the diagram at least. Here's the DNA strand. And then diagram B is showing where the virus attacks. So I forget what these are the different molecules that connect and form our genetic code, is made up of these various code letters arranged differently. That's how DNA works. And we're being shown in diagram B how the virus attacks it. And then here is a whole text report on it. But boy, is it painful to try to read this. And if I try to enlarge the font, it doesn't quite enlarge that text. It almost feels like it would if I reload it. But probably what happens if I reload it is we have to put this whole thing in again. I'm going to try to close this and reopen it. All right, let's try to read this. Calling this pathogen a virus isn't accurate, but it's the best term I have for it. In reality, it's a biological weapon. A normal virus hijacks a cell to make more copies of the virus. It does not want to kill its host, as a dead host is terrible at spreading the virus. This thing does not have that limitation. Its only purpose is to kill human cells quickly and cleanly. I'm still not sure of the exact mechanism of this process, but here's what I've been able to gather with my limited resources. Once a person becomes infected, the virus inserts a part of itself into the host's genome. This isn't dissimilar to Earth-borne retroviruses like HIV. The difference is that the inserted viral piece isn't meant to be replicated. replicated. Its sole purpose is to disrupt the synthesis of particular proteins. The inserted viral piece replaces guanine in particular spots of the human genome. These guanine replacements cannot be read by RNA polymerase, resulting in frame shift mutations, which cause the cell to make non-functional proteins. On its own, this is extremely problematic, but the truly horrifying part is these mutations aren't random. The alien virus causes the mutations in extremely precise locations. The most common occurrence I've found is illustrated here. Normally, the sequence of ATG would provide the codon UAC, which codes for the amino acid tyrosine to be added to the growing protein chain. But when the viral particle replaces the guanine, the sequence becomes ATC, which results in a stop codon telling the cell that the protein is done being constructed prematurely. This particular protein chain is involved in the regulation of apoptosis, or programmed cell death. The body's repeated failure to properly make this protein tricks it into thinking the cell needs to be terminated. A human body is roughly 37 trillion cells. On a normal day, apoptosis kills around 50 billion of these cells. An infected person's body will kill 10 times that amount. The virus causes the infected person's body to kill its own cells until the body stops functioning. No symptoms present in the first 2 days. After 3 days, the infected person will begin suffering from fatigue, in some cases accompanied by nausea. Death occurs by day 5 at the latest. Based on what I've seen, I do not think a cure is possible. I doubt a vaccine is possible either. The only silver lining is there seems to be a small percentage of the population that is naturally immune. Given that the virus killed off between 95% and 98% of the human population, it is highly likely that any individual who arrived at NACS after the outbreak is immune to the virus. In testing their blood, I have found that their GC content is significantly lower than the 46.1% that was believed to be average for the human genome. My hypothesis is that people who are immune have GC content at significantly higher than the 46.1%. Content at or above 50%, sorry. People who are immune have GC content at or above 50%, and this higher percentage of guanine is located in non-coding or junk DNA. If these non-coding sections happen to have sequences that match sequences of essential DNA, the virus is likely targeting these nonsensical sections instead. Further testing is needed to validate this idea, although that may be impossible given the limited resources available to me here. Simone Thomas. So Simone Thomas has figured out how this virus attacks. This is all plausible sounding stuff. Okay, and then what else does he have here? Are any of these accessible? Yes. What is this? AC records. Are these, is this air conditioning records? We heard something about the temperatures. Is he saying something about someone's trying to do something? Facility map we still can't see. Communication has a readme. Oh, it's a long file here. Okay. This is a new access we have. Day 1833. Have been dwelling much. Sorry, let's go and start here, I guess. I guess for this file, we start at the top. This is 76 days. Day 0 is Omega Protocol enacted about time. All of the facility's self-sustaining capabilities are put fully online. Communication to the outside world is cut off. Distress calls from all continents no longer constantly playing leadership in debate over who will constitute A-ranked officials. Okay, so that he's calling day 0. But then why is there an entry here? This seems to be the oldest entry. And at the bottom, the newest entry, except for this one up here, which seems to be the very newest entry. Day 1833, I've been dwelling much on the past. Strange occurrences in Patricia's system, like ones we have been experiencing, have not occurred since before day 0. I've pulled personal logs from time periods surrounding day 0 for closer examination. I must admit they pain me to read. Dates have been altered to reflect the new standard calendar. Okay. So this is a meta comment about the logs, which he's pulled. And here's the earliest log, 76 days before day 0. I guess this is like 5 years and 76 days, or 5.5 years and 76 days ago. Layla and her pet computer are still none the wiser to backdoor system. We'll be storing data here like squirrel, just in case. Too many people in this base now, not like the old days. Must keep some things to myself. Day minus 72. Deep space transmissions Layla has been tracking continue to increase in frequency. We've never seen anything like this before. So message from the skies, message from the stars. Day minus 68. Meaning of transmissions still unclear. Whatever is sending them is very, very big. It's on a direct course for Earth. Approximate arrival less than 3 months. Day minus 63. Matthias, Layla, and myself have not slept in days. Computer working overtime to decode transmissions. No progress. Day minus 60. There has been an attempted breach in Patricia's firewall, as if we did not have enough to worry about. Is it connected to transmissions? Question mark. Day minus 56, another attempted breach, much closer to success this time, but I was able to fend it off. Must find this attacker as soon as possible. If Patricia were to be compromised, there's no telling the amount of destruction she could bring to us. Day minus 55, have confirmed, attacks not connected to transmissions. Seems to be coming from a single party situated on planet Earth. Wish that I could provide more specific location. Day minus 52, requested facility being prepared for Omega Protocol scenario in light of most recent findings. Day minus 51, request denied. Day minus 49, third attempted cyber attack. Hacker picked terrible time to mess with us. Too much happening now to focus on apprehending criminal. Outsourcing investigation to American Federal Bureau. Day minus 48. Man named Shepard Oswald assigned to cyber attack case. He's currently in Europe, will be en route to America in 12 hours. Have done preliminary background scan on him and compiled a file of basic information. He's very high on food chain. Much information about him is redacted. Day minus 45. Most recent readings suggest it is even larger than we thought. Omega Protocol being discussed more seriously. It is about time. In old days when mutually assured destruction was on everyone's mind, Omega Protocol would have happened weeks ago. Younger people are complacent. They have not seen what I have seen. Day minus 41. Have been focusing on establishing secure NACS facility intranet for inevitable event of facilities outside contact with world being cut out to prevent leaks. Usually Layla would be head of such a task. Her hands are more than full with transmissions. Have taken liberty of adding several access points to my own personal data caches throughout NACS intranet. I will not be around forever, but things I know should not disappear with me. Someone, perhaps Layla, will find them one day. Day minus 39. I'm selfishly happy I rank highly enough to have Nina and our children brought in. There are some benefits to having spent decades of life in this place after all. I'm very impatient for a call to be made. If it would not have us all barred from this place for life, I would send for them this instant. Day minus 38. Intranet task distracted me. I became careless. Hacker managed to breach security. New incident report sent to Agent Oswald. Amongst many other things, assailant now knows Omega Protocol is being discussed. If he goes to press with this particular fact, mass panic will erupt. Day minus 37. Botanist by the name of Dr. Anthony Whelan has been brought in as contractor to ensure base's self-sufficiency. He has not been told why. I do not know if or when leadership plans to inform him. I hope for his sake they never do. He should be allowed to return to his family in blissful ignorance once this task is done. Even if Dr. Whelan is asked to stay, his family will not be. Policy is strict on that subject. That is not a choice any man should have to make. Day minus 36. Persephone has sent out massive order for a year's worth of medications. Hope that she took Matthias into account when budgeting for SSRIs. SSRI would be an antidepressant. And I guess he's insinuating that Matthias Lint is got depression. Day minus 35. Cyril has been urging us all to speak with him to make sure we are not all on the verge of mental breakdown. He does not realize there is no time for talking about feelings. Day minus 34. Matthias is running back and forth like a headless chicken in order to prepare dormitories and long-term storage facilities. It's strange to see rooms once used to chart out international espionage strategies now brimming with canned beans. Day minus 30, so a month before Omega Protocol. High-ranking residents finally given permission to call their allotted next of kin. Nina and our children are packing their things. Day minus 29. Received report from Oswald. He seems to think he's closing in. I pray he's right. The base cannot be compromised. One silver lining, whoever launched the attack has not spoken to the media as of yet. Day minus 28. Sophia, Bo, and Pablo, my treasures. Nina, my joy. How I wished that our reunion did not have to be under these circumstances. I know from the way she looks at me now that Nina will never forgive me for telling her she could not bring her father and sisters here. It was not my call to make, I've explained to her. Still, I celebrate that she and the children came here in time. Whatever is about to happen, it will be bearable as long as we are together. Day minus 27. Bo has already managed to make a friend. Little Augustus Lind is a small version of his father in every way. I did not know children could be so fastidious, but he seems to relax around Bo. I think they will be good for one another. Day minus 25. Oswald has identified a primary suspect, but will not tell me who. Requested Oswald send over his file on the case. In several weeks, this may no longer matter, but still it's frustrating. Day minus 24. Oswald has chosen to insult me by sending a file on suspect too redacted to be useful. I cannot gain access no matter which methods I employ. Day minus 23. Frustrated enough about redacted file to ask Patricia's system for assistance in gaining access. Even it could not breach file security. So it says, at least. Has it already been compromised? Day minus 20. Oswald is closing in on suspect. Source of signals closing in on planet. Everyone's still scrambling to make sure everything is in its place. Day minus 18. Pablo is asking questions I do not know answers to, such as, how long are we going to stay down here? Day minus 15. Preparations complete. Omega Protocol can now be deployed at any time. Leadership still ignoring me, dragging their feet, do not understand why. I've never steered them wrong before. Well, rarely. I think they do not want to believe that things are as bad as they are. I've seen many people die as a result of this type of thinking. Day minus 14. Cyril informed Dr. Whelan of the true nature of his assignment in true Cyril fashion, crushing news delivered in gentlest voice possible. He gave him choice to stay or not. Dr. Whelan did not take it well. This is the guy that got brought in and wasn't told that there were this alien danger. After much back and forth, Dr. Whelan has chosen to stay. He has excellent skills and many good ideas about genetic modification. His mind would be wasted on the surface. I will not judge his choice too harshly, but I would not have done the same. The choice was to leave his whole family and stay down here where it's safe. Day minus 6. Transmission stronger than ever, still indecipherable, arriving in approximately 7 to 8 days. Day minus 5. Oswald is tracking suspect's location, is planning to make an arrest within the week. He tells me the suspect was much closer to the base than I would have thought. Very bold of him. I do not have the heart to tell Oswald his chase no longer matters. Even if I did, he does not have the clearance to be informed as to why. It's funny that I do not have clearance to be informed of his charge, and he cannot be informed of mine. Day minus 3. Last straggling family members of high-ranking residents have finally arrived. Base is at capacity. About time. Only 3 days remaining. Now all we can do is wait and see what happens. This is an interesting, we've got multiple threads here of mysteries. We've got, who is this person hacking in? What is the message? Why was Persephone killed? What do these council members want? Okay, day minus 1, they are early. Death, destroyer of worlds, is visiting the surface. All we can do is hold one another. Day 0, Omega Protocol enacted. About time. All of facilities' self-sustaining capabilities put fully online. All communications to outside world cut off. Distress calls from all continents no longer constantly playing. Leadership and debate over who will constitute A-ranked officials. Do not trust any of them based on how they have behaved. Day 1 after Omega Protocol shut down. Some people in facility are very sick. Something's wrong. We were so fixated on what would come on day 0, we did not stop to wonder if they would send anything out in front of them. Something too small to register on the sensors, a virus. Last stragglers must have carried it in. Now it spreads among us here. First fatality has already occurred. Augustus was such a sweet boy. Persephone and a small team of volunteers have been living in hazmat suits since the first symptoms appeared, doing their best with what medication we have. Lab C has become a quarantine zone for the sick. Day 2. Over 90% of the base appears to have been infected. Wow. Persephone has been leading all of them down to Lab C herself. Nina, Sophia, Pavlo, and Bo amongst them. All his kids and wife are infected. I trust Persephone to do her best to help them. I told them everything was going to be all right, that Lana would come to visit as soon as he could. That's this guy's name, I guess. Day 3, I promised them all they would be safe here. I was wrong, and now I am alone. Persephone gave orders from inside Lab C that the entire base must undergo full decontamination. We only have resources to perform this feat once, although we will have enough materials to perform hundreds of decontamination procedures to individual residents if we ration carefully. Virus must not breach these doors again. Day 4. At least one person survived the attacks on the surface. Oswald showed up at our doorstep today, underwet underwent thorough individual decontamination and debrief. Oswald reportedly apprehended the suspect several days ago, but main body of invasion hit while the two were en route to NACS facility. Suspect did not survive the journey. Persephone has finally emerged from Lab C and from hazmat suit until she has lived the hazmat suit she has lived in for several days. She looks small and hungry and lost. Day 6. The population of base has gone from over 100 to 7 in a week. No members of top leadership survived. Besides myself, only Layla, Matthias, Cyril, and Persephone, Dr. Whelan, and Agent Oswald remain. Today, the 7 of us work to seal Lab C. Day 8, Cyril is pushing for us to sit in circles and talk about our feelings. He did not have family. He will never understand. Day 9, Layla pointed out that as the most senior living members, we are both Class A as far as Omega Protocol is concerned, as are Matthias, Persephone, and Cyril. I suppose us 5 are supposed to govern Oswald and Whelan now. Day 10. Persephone has refused leadership position and rescinded Class A status. I think she feels as though she failed by not saving population from virus. She does not look Matthias or myself in our eyes anymore. Dr. Whelan was next in line to be offered position, also refused. Stated reason for refusal was that he wished to be able to focus on his work full time. Think he may resent our not giving him opportunity to collect his family, or perhaps he feels himself unworthy of a position for having abandoned them. Oswald accepted position in their places. Day 12. More survivors arriving. Hikers who stumbled upon this place on their own. They underwent decontamination procedures before being allowed in. Persephone thinks that some people were immune to the virus, though perhaps some were simply lucky. I do not feel lucky. Day 4, this log reminds me, day 24, this log reminds me of how I failed my family. I will continue to update other files, but this particular one I leave alone for the foreseeable future. So we have AC. I mean, that was pretty nice little human diary. I'm remembering something about temperature. Does anyone remember that? Like, I think we may need to use these AC records at some point in order to tell where there's a problem. But I don't remember where we read about the temperature stuff. I feel like there's some movies we should talk about and recommend if you're interested in this kind of thing. So one I've mentioned on this channel before is Outbreak with Dustin Hoffman about a monkeypox virus. Another very cool sci-fi movie from the 60s or 70s and was a famous book is The Andromeda Strain. I absolutely recommend checking that out. Jonathan says, on this website, there was also a drop-down temperatures. Yes, it's right here. So we can find out the internal temperature in each of these rooms. The server room is 22 Celsius. The botany lab is 30. Living quarters. So we have this and we have the AC. What? And we have relative humidity here. But what were we told about temperatures? I believe we were told something early on. I just can't remember it anymore. Let's go to these hints, because now that we're into the website, I guess we're almost done here. Like, here's virus report hint. Thorpe says Andromeda Strain was Michael Crichton's first novel under his own name. I mean, I'm a huge fan of Andromeda Strain. Okay, let's see. So the red puzzle piece is Patricia's interpretation of the virus. It fits perfectly with human DNA, replaces an important gene in place of certain protein production. The report also reveals that people with a high CG count are immune. Yes, she said 50% or higher GC count. 50% or higher are immune. Now, system control records. I think this is the AC. No. System control records show who accessed what. And that's the last thing it wants us to mess with. Where system access records. So why did I see this was AC? Is that different? No. Okay, so it says AC records, but at the top it says AC records, and then but here it says system access records, and we can see who. In Patricia's server room, we have A1 and A2. I'm not sure what to make of this. Does anyone have any theory of... Is there something that we should care about? I mean, this is A1 and A2, but I'm not sure. Jonathan says similarity to Silo series. I don't think I know that. And Contagion, I think I know that. I think we're going to need to use the hint for this system access records and who is doing it and when. Unless someone wants to... Does someone think they understand what we should be looking for here? We've got two numbers here, but no one's telling us what they refer to. All right, barring someone saying what they think that's about, we're going to scroll down here. So it says, look for irregularities surrounding who accessed a Patricia terminal and when. Well, here's the Patricia server room. Assuming that's what it means. A2, A1. But I don't know how to say that those are suspicious. Kind of weird. Let's see what the next hint is. Alosha is recorded accessing two terminals in two different places at the same time. This suggests someone is using Alosha's user information. So Alosha is user A2, and it wants us to recognize that A2 is using one terminal between 430 and 220. And then also between 4:50 a.m. Is this the duration? I guess it's saying, yeah, I gotta admit, I don't really understand how we're supposed to read this and figure this out, or even what the significance of it is. But it says in the hints, in the reveal, it says we're supposed to figure out that someone else is using Avosha's user information. But not that we're not supposed to do anything with it. Now, how are we supposed to advance this according to this? So it says you will get a prompt for the zip file. Type in pair. The files were uploaded to the secure line with your contact. I don't understand that, how that's supposed to have happened, but it doesn't matter because the robot is offline. All right. Well, it seems like we're done here. It's not quite clicking for me, this game. I mean, the diary entries were very cool, but the whole structure of this game, I'm not quite, I don't know if I'm not sharp tonight or what, but I'm not quite clicking with the investigation here. Story's not bad, but a little too much going on. But this whole thing, like, how is it supposed to end? What are we supposed to do? And this weird thing about the AC system report, I can't read whether that's supposed to be telling us. I mean, I can't tell what this is supposed to be showing us. The link says AC records. This says system access records. This has got a column here that I don't know what this is. I don't know what I'm supposed to be seeing is happening here. I don't know what inactive versus active means. I just don't know how to make any sense of it. Silo was a book series. I haven't read it. It got adapted to an Apple TV. Only seen the first season. Westworld. Well, Westworld's a great show. Great original show. All right. Well, we're going to meet again tomorrow at 10 p.m. Hopefully we'll get some rest. We'll go into this with some fresh eyes. I think maybe if we have a long session tomorrow night, if it's similar, I may only play box 3 tomorrow night rather than push for another 7-hour session. We'll see how I feel, but I think maybe I wasn't quite up for a double session tonight. Still had fun. There's still some aspects to this story that I'm enjoying, but I am looking forward to a fresh look at box 3 tomorrow night, which is really tonight. I'll see you then.